We heard a lot of complaints up here from about different counties that just closed their doors and walked out and, left people, trying to get in and do business. Few cities and towns did the same thing, but I personally never heard of any of the townships just locking their doors and turning around and walking away from the people that you are there to serve. So, I mean, I personally think that that's it speaks a lot for who you are and who your organization is. And I can tell you that from the position we're in, we fully appreciate that. And I do know that your constituents appreciate that. And so I definitely want to applaud you for that. As you can see, I'm down here in our offices in Indianapolis. Chase and John are in the office doing the presentation. If this was 6 months ago, we probably would have been, hunkered down in our homes, sitting at our kitchen tables or in our office in our basement, doing this meeting. But a lot of us have now went out and hopefully the majority of you have went out and got your vaccinations and at least feel a little bit more comfortable, going to work, showing up, having more of a public, not public, but an actual presence, speaking with your people. I know that I do. I got the Pfizer vaccine and I feel pretty good about it. I didn't have any reactions to it. So I'm pretty good with that. I still have a little hesitancy. I know there's a lot of people that haven't got it, and definitely I know that people can still spread it even if you get the vaccination. So there's still a little hesitancy in me to participate too much live and interact with people because I'm afraid that maybe they haven't had it. But in regards to myself, I definitely feel comfortable. We actually are now going live at a minimum two days a week for all of our field staff and 2 days a week for our office staff. Everybody's coming in a couple of days a week. So we're trying to bring that back into more of a normality type of life for our folks. And with I don't want to say an abundance of caution, but definitely caution, understanding that the pandemic itself is not over, but hopefully we can start moving toward that end. But then the caution part comes with making sure that we're still preparing that if there was something negative to happen again, that we can find a way to continue what we do on a daily basis. So, if there's any message that I can share today, more than just welcome you here, is to make sure that you don't let your guard totally down as we roll forward through this through the cycle that the pandemic's throwing at us. Don't let your guard down too much as more and more of us do get our vaccination, just in case that something would be thrown at us toward the latter part of this year or latter part of summer, that maybe one of these variants that is mutating from the original coronavirus may come along again and put everything on stop. So it's more of a let's take this time and try to recreate how we're doing things, adapt to what we recreated between March and now, and try to move that forward and create a new reality, a new way to do that process in business. And so when and if we do shut down again, whether it be for this or something else, that we've had our lessons learned and we're adapting to that. With that, I definitely want to specifically thank Debbie for her efforts throughout the pandemic, and I think that your organization through her, and that means each of you, serve your constituents well throughout this this time in our country's history. With that, thank you very much for participating. Please listen to John and Chase. If you have any problems, John and Chase are, still, available 4 days a week, in the normal working times that they work. You call the office, the phone's going to go to them, whether they're here or whether they're at home. And they're definitely here to help make your job a success. So with that, thank you, John. Thank you, Chase. And thank each of you for participating today.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. So a couple of housekeeping items before we move on. I guess we'll just start with introductions for Jonathan and myself. If you haven't met us before, my name is Chase Lennon, and I have been with the Board of Accounts for over 7 years now. I initially started in state assignments, auditing state agencies, and then after a couple of years there, moved up into the office to advise townships and schools. And Jonathan here, you can go ahead.
I'm Jonathan Weininger, and hopefully later on this year we get to have some in-person meetings, and we can put a lot of faces with names instead of just phone calls and emails. But I've been with the State Board of Accounts 17 years, and for the last 2 years I've been part of the Directors Unit with the State Board of Accounts.
Thanks, Jonathan. So our role here at the Board of Accounts is to help you, as Paul was saying. So if you have questions on really anything about your duties, if we don't know the answer, we can find who does know that answer. Please call us, email us if you have any questions. I'll be going through a lot of things over the website. If you're a new trustee, there's a lot of resources out there to help you do your job. And I hope that you are aware of those things. And if you're not after today, you have some questions, just please let me know. Also, we have a lot of attendees today, and we're very thankful that you all joined. And I know some trustees are actually grouping together and watching it on one computer. So if you are doing that, I would request that you send me an email of the group. So like if you're watching in one trustee's office and you have other trustees with you, please send me an email of their township and their county, just so we can have a record of actually who attended the meetings. Hopefully this is the last time we'll have to do this virtually. As Paul was saying, but we will see. And we have missed actually going to the meetings and talking to you all in person. And we've been kind of thinking about the idea of actually having in-person meetings. So if you would like us to come visit, or if you know there's other trustees out there that couldn't make it today and watching the YouTube video just wasn't sufficient for them, or they want more training on a different topic, please email us. And if you can get like a group of people together, we'd be more than happy to drive to a location near you and do in-person presentations this year as well. So just please let us know. Debbie, are you available and can speak?
I am.
Okay, I can hear you. And so Debbie Driscoll is the president of the Indiana Township Association. She's going to say a couple words about the ITA.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Mr. Joyce. First of all, I want to thank the State Board of Accounts for working with the Indiana Township Association during this past rough year. And to all of you that are participating today, I just want to acknowledge that for many of us, it's been a tough year, not only personally, but just to be able to take care of our people, our constituents that have needed us, perhaps more. In some cases, some townships have reported that they've actually seen less in the requests this year because of all of the other agencies and groups that have come forward to help during the pandemic. The Indiana Township Association was formed over 130 years ago, and it was for the primary purpose of fighting to preserve townships with the state legislature. Believe it or not, 130 years ago, there was a battle. And going forward from that, the association really evolved into an arm for education. And although we've had our battles here and there throughout the years, we are still here. So congratulations to all the trustees that helped this year when we had, you know, a pretty onerous bill in House Bill 1476. But the ITA is here to provide daily help, daily guidance to townships. We hear from board members as well as trustees, employees, etc., calling to ask for help. In addition to that, many times we hear from other interested parties, whether it be the media or state agencies that would like to see how we can work together. Some of those agencies, in addition to the State Board of Accounts, are the Department of Local Government Finance and Family and Social Services Administration, Homeland Security, and many more. And we work closely with all of those agencies to bring good information directly to you and help us in our guidance with you. But in addition to the daily help that we offer, we also offer broad educational services. And whether it be the website in the members only section, you can find all sorts of templates, sample contracts, sample standards, and a lot of materials. And now we actually have posted the videos from the 2020 virtual conference. So you can go back and, if you're a member, and watch those videos for additional training opportunities. But I think you will find the website to be full of good information for you. And speaking of last year's conference, you ought to know that the 2021 conference will be held September 7th or 19th, excuse me, through the 22nd. So the 19th through the 22nd of September, we intend to be live in person at the Sheraton at Keystone Crossing. Of course, if anything changes, you'll be the first to know that. But looking forward to seeing you again. We're also looking at possibly providing some virtual opportunity during that conference or some recording of the event for future use. But one of the greatest benefits, I believe, that the ITA can provide to your township is working with our legislators and overseeing or watching that process and watching for any bills that maybe they just need tweaked a little bit so that they make more sense for us, or maybe they need totally stopped. And that case was the 1476 this year, which would have eliminated between 80 and 100 township trustees, all located within cities or towns. And that would have really essentially been the beginning of the destruction of township government. And I believe all of you came together to help. Many legislators talked to us and said, I've heard from my trustee. In fact, I want you to know that in the case of one of the committee members that was hearing the bill, expressed to me that they were on the fence as to how to vote. And the next day they said to me, well, I heard from my trustee in their town, and I've made my decision. I'm going to vote against this bill. And that was impactful. The fact that that you reached out to legislators in the time of need to fight such a bill. And going forward, we're trying to be proactive. So I want you to know that we have embarked or are embarking on an efficiency study. We're going to be using outside sources to conduct that study, and we're going to need your help because the collection of data is going to be essential in us providing solid data to be evidence to the legislators and to the governor and all the decision makers that township government needs to stay. It may look a little different. We may make some changes. We don't know. But we are going to do a study on efficiency. So I'm asking you ahead of time that when they are conducting the study and they need to talk to you, please help us out to get the study completed. I think it will be supportive in us demonstrating that townships can be can not only be essential and effective, but can be efficient. And that's the biggest ask of today, is that you help us in that study. And with that, I'll finish and just invite you to become a member of the ITA if you're not already. We'd like to welcome you as part of our family, and really do consider it a family. The possibilities for networking with other trustees that are working to be educated is there for you. And I appreciate being invited today. Thank you, Chase and Jonathan. It's been a pleasure to work with these gentlemen, and I'm sure they have a lot of good information for you today. So with that, I wish you a good day.
Thank you, Debbie. We appreciate it. I keep saying housekeeping items, but I want to go over it again before we get started, just so everyone's clear. This presentation will be recorded, and we will put it on YouTube. So if you want to refer back to it later, if a trustee you know of cannot attend today, please let them know. If they ask, that the YouTube is out there. I've been asking trustees to watch the video if they can't attend today, and then document in some manner that they watched the video, maybe similar to how you certify that you were trained on the internal controls. For example, of a certification form, if you want like a sample, there's one on the internal control standards page of the website you can kind of mirror if you want to do it that way. And for these large conferences, we've been using WebEx. Throughout our normal meetings and smaller meetings that we have, we do Teams. So if you want to have a virtual meeting with us, like I said earlier, we want to do more in-person meetings, but we're open to also virtual meetings. We can do Teams meetings, things like that. Again, we're going to answer questions all day, all throughout the conference. Whoever's presenting, the other person, me or Jonathan, can be typing to you and answering your questions. The chat box you can just use to chat amongst yourselves or just throw some ideas out there. And if you lose any of those, in the bottom left or the bottom right of the window, there's 3 dots, and you can click on that and then bring those back up. So with that, if there are no questions, then I can get started on the first presentation. I am really not a stickler for sticking to the exact amount of times. However long it takes us to get through the presentations, that's how long it takes us. My main concern here today is to give you the information and then answer any questions that you have. So please do ask questions if you have questions. Okay. So you should be seeing the Township Assistance presentation now. And this is actually the first time I personally presented on Township Assistance. I left that duty to Ryan, my prior partner. So if you remember Ryan Preston. So I'm glad Debbie Driscoll is here in case I miss anything or kind of gloss over some details. She can help me correct myself or answer some questions here. But this presentation, I guess, is more from an auditing perspective and what's required in the statute and what's in our manuals, because I obviously don't do township assistance every day like you all. So first slide I have here, when am I required to provide township assistance? Well, in the statute, in our manual, it notes that you shall or may provide and shall extend aid when one of the basic necessities are not being provided. And I'll have that in a couple slides, what exactly are the basic necessities. So I have that quoted there on the first bullet point. And then I wanted to mention here also that you are not allowed to extend aid to an individual if they've been convicted of a misdemeanor or a felony. And I think that only relates to the welfare fraud and township assistance fraud kind of standpoint. So when you do your investigation and ask those initial questions, just be aware of that prohibition. And when you're providing township assistance, you need to process it on all the township assistant application forms that we have in the manual, and you can't, you have to do it in accordance with your written standards and without consideration of race, creed, nationality, or gender. Sounds like I'm trying to scare you here in the morning, but the next slide is on profiteering and fraud. So just some more information, because I mentioned that earlier. If someone benefits from receiving an item from township assistance, like indirectly or directly, that's township assistance profiteering, and that's a Class C misdemeanor. And then when I was looking at it, there's also another level where it's level 6 felony if someone unfairly profits from township assistance fraud. So for example, like if they receive goods for services and like for utilities or something else, and those charges never even occurred, that would be fraud. And charging the trustee more for what they actually paid, that also would be fraud. So anyone who commits township assistance fraud, what I saw was that they are ineligible to participate in township assistance for 30 years. Here's a slide listing the basic necessities. So if they are missing one of these basic necessities, then they can apply for township assistance, and that's what you should provide. Those things include the medical care. I listed the statute there. If you wanted to see what actually falls under that, I might hit it in the presentation after these slides. Clothing and footwear, food, shelter, transportation back and forth to seek employment, any household essentials or utility services, and then other services where you as the trustee, you can deem that they are considered a necessity, and that would be in your township assistance standards. In what form can I provide township assistance? Well, so like I said on the earlier slide, list the necessities, and you can provide it in the form of medical assistance. You can pay for their utilities. I gave an example there, prepaid electric service. You can work with whatever providers in your area to see how that all will work or what's best for you and the trustee. Food relief, you can provide food. You can actually buy food and provide that to them if they qualify. There's some considerations there. You may have to track all those accountable items and what's in your stores and things like that if you do it that way. But I have a note here that you can't provide township assistance if eligible for SNAP. So that's the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, or food stamps. You can provide assistance in like for funeral or burial / cremation expenses, or insulin. Please don't call myself or Jonathan and then wait on our answer to provide any of these forms of assistance. Like for example, if somebody needs insulin, then I would just give them the insulin. Don't wait on our answer. But if you do have questions on this, you can definitely send us an email and we can provide you some guidance there. So other than expenses that are related to an application where you're paying for township assistance for an individual that qualifies for it, there are some other things that you can pay for out of the township assistance fund. You can pay for salaries and wages. You can do, you need to make sure that you have this appropriately noted on a salary resolution, but you can do partial of the trustee salary from that if they work in township assistance or do any of that. You can also have clerical staff. If you're a big enough township, you can have supervisors and investigators being paid out of that. And there are additional requirements there on the qualifications and things like that for supervisors and investigators and their pay. And I'm not going to go into that in detail, but I did list the code there in case you want more information. So if you have any assistants that work in township assistance, you can pay that as well. And then any expenses like in the office that are specifically related to township assistance, that would be allowable as well. So this next slide, I have the statute listed there, which requires the township assistance standards. And that should be your guidebook where it lists the requirements, your thresholds and things like that. So you're required to provide your assistance in accordance with your local standards. So just make sure you do have a copy of the local standards. Maybe if you're a new trustee or something like that, you might want to find it or update it. I do have it in yellow there that it needs to be looked at annually. So you should every single year just be reviewing that and updating it, especially for the cost of basic necessities, because with inflation and things like that, it changes every year. Initially, the township assistance standards would be proposed by the trustee, then adopted by the township board, and then you also are required to file that with the Board of County Commissioners. So that would be in a single written document and then posted in all offices where you process township assistance. So you should have that readily available, so if somebody asks what are your standards, that you can provide that to them. The next slide here, I have what should be in those standards. So you would need to have criteria, which you use to determine if they're eligible for township assistance. Minimum requirements for trustee accessibility, so when you're going to be available to them. And then in the statute, it does list things that you need to have listed in the standards. So, for example, your office location, your hours, your days available. I know depending on how many cases you do and how large your township is, maybe that's in a future slide that you're required to have certain hours. If you have any workfare requirements, I'll go over that later as well. That should be noted in the standards. What you consider essential or non-essential assets, information on available resources to that individual or that you have available, any income exemptions like accountable income and assets. So there is some discretion at the township level where you can include some things in the accountable income for the threshold and some things that you cannot. So make sure you just have that clear in there, what is and what is not counted. An overview of the application process needs to be in your standards. And then also what you consider wasted resources. I think in a future slide, I have the definition that statute gives. Okay, so the next slide here, we have the accessibility requirements. And on the bottom half, that's what I was referring to. So if you assisted more than 50 households in the prior 2 years, then, and also have a population of at least 10,000, then you need to have scheduled office hours with staff that's qualified to provide assistance. And the minimum there is 14 hours per week. And then it says with not more than 1 weekday in between the days that your office is open. So you're also required to provide after hours access via an answering machine, an answering service, etc. And with my experience with sending subpoenas for the annual financial report, many of the trustees that I called, probably not the ones on this meeting, probably the ones that are not attending this meeting, their voice inbox is full and I could not reach them. So I would recommend you take a minute, and if you use like a cell phone or something like that as your main means of communication, just to figure out if your voicemail box is full, because if it is, then they can't leave you messages. And technically you're being non-compliant with that statute. So you need to be available. You need to respond within 24 hours after receiving an inquiry. So excluding Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. And then you need to post your office hours and your telephone number at each office. And if your office is not in your home, then you need to have a sign, which is noted there in the yellow at the top. So other public assistance. So multiple times in the statute, it actually says that the trustee must obtain and provide information about public assistance that's provided by the federal and state, other agencies. It lists specifically the Division of Family Resources, so FSSA at the state level, county officers, assistance given from the Social Security Administration, SSA, the Food Stamp Program or SNAP, and then any other applicable federal, state government entities, depending on the type of request. There might be an entity out there that could help that individual. So you need to obtain that information and understand what is out there to be able to help that individual. So continuing on with that, so if someone's granted emergency assistance, then you would be giving that immediately because it's an emergency. But if you become aware that there is other public assistance out there, then the applicant must file for that other public assistance for within 15 days of receiving your emergency assistance. And then if they don't, then they're not allowed to receive township assistance for 60 days. And then also in that statute, I put a bullet point here. So if an applicant has a relative living in the township that's able to assist, then the trustee should ask that relative to help the applicant before it's giving them an aid a second time. So if you give them aid once and they come back again, you're required to ask whoever they live with to help with this before you're allowed to give aid a second time. And I think it says relative in the statute, so the relatives would be a parent, a child, a sibling, a step or grand of those. And then the last bullet point I have here on the slide is that the trustee, they can't use township assistance funds to pay the cost of a shelter if they live with the relative, or like if a landlord is a relative of the trustee and the housing is unencumbered by a mortgage. And then also they have another criteria where it has not been a rental for the previous 6 months. So if there is kind of a situation like that, I'd be careful and just make sure when you cannot pay for rental assistance in that manner. So when you get township assistance applications and you do your investigations, you are getting a lot of personal information. And when you do that, there is a requirement where before you even give them assistance, the individual requesting assistance and any adult in the household, they all must consent to the disclosure and release of information before you can provide them township assistance. And there's some situations you may run into where if information is declared confidential by like a state or federal statute, then you won't be able to obtain it. So you just have to work around that and do investigation in other ways to give you enough confidence that they are eligible for township assistance. And then another resource for you would be the county office of the Division of Family Resources. So when you ask them to provide these things, they're required to do so. So like if you want to know what other public assistance they provided to this individual, like the amounts they gave or other information, like if they have info on that individual's resources, assets, or income, then they're required to provide that to you. So upon request, if you want to, then you can ask their employer to provide them with information about the applicant's income, and then they're required by statute to give that to you. So if you misuse anything on this slide that you collected in the prior slides, the things that are personal, PII, personal identified information, then it is a Class A misdemeanor. So all that confidential information you're receiving is not public record, and so you should be a good steward of that information. Make sure that it doesn't get in the wrong hands, doesn't actually get leaked or hacked. Like if you have a computer system, you need to make sure there's certain controls in place where the information is secure. And I have bullet point again, just re-emphasizing that it's a Class A misdemeanor because that's important to keep all that confidential. And since we had the public health emergency, there were some things that changed regarding township assistance. So on the slide, I have some COVID-19 township assistance issues. State Examiner Paul Joyce, he issued State Examiner Directive 2020-2, and that is on our website. It's either on the township page or the front page, and we also have a State Examiner Directive page if you want to look at it in full. But just as a summary, it did relate to township assistance, and we will not take exception to in an audit if you assist the applicant by telephone or other digital methods. So there are alternative procedures laid out in the directive regarding the applicant's signature lines. So essentially, they would give you verbal confirmation, and then you can write down that they gave you that confirmation. So that was good that Paul did that, and that I'm sure that helped people not contract COVID. Some more COVID-19 issues. We had some questions about stimulus checks, and I don't think we have a position one way or the other. It would just be up to local policy, so we'll audit to whatever your local policy is. So if the township determines in their standards that that income is included in accountable income, then we'll just audit to what your policy is. And then also in the directive, I think in the directive I mentioned this, that there was an abbreviated township assistance application. The ITA actually created that, and we thank Debbie Driscoll for providing that to us to post on our website. So we won't take exception to using that abbreviated application, but please remember that's only during the public health emergency that we won't take exception to that. So there's some COVID issues, and now let's go on to the township application and the actual requirements for the application. List the statute here, Indiana Code 12-20-6. That's where this information comes from. And so it says that you must have an application or an affidavit on file within the prior 180 days to provide township assistance to an individual. So if additional assistance is provided, then an affidavit must be filed where they affirm the condition. So they're essentially saying that what they gave you is true, the information about their household, their income, things like that are true. So you need to make sure that you have that and within that time period to provide that assistance. And if the trustee knows that the individual may be eligible, like I was saying earlier on the other public assistance slides, then when referred by the trustee, they are required to go apply for that other assistance prior to getting township assistance. So I'll go through this example one more time just to make it clear. So if you believe they may be eligible for food stamps, then you would refer them to apply to that federal program prior to actually processing that township assistance application.
Chase, Matt.
Sure.
I just wanted to interject because this comes up a lot, that the exception is if there is an emergency, we need to act immediately prior to that process. So in other words, if they're hungry and have a need for food, we are able to extend that during that period of time to give them a chance to actually apply.
Yes, I appreciate that clarification, Debbie. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, if it's emergency, I would just give it to them if I were you. There is that provision in the statute that allows you to do so, as Debbie mentioned. So going on with the application requirements. So there are like Debbie was mentioning, there are emergency situations that require immediate action, definitely. But for non-emergency situations, the trustee, you have up to 72 hours after receiving the application, excluding weekends, to act. So those actions, they would include you actually providing the assistance, denying the assistance, or just saying pending further investigation. So whatever you decide based upon your investigation, your notice to them needs to be in writing. So that needs to be provided in person or mailed within 72 hours and include the option of them to be able to appeal a denial if you do deny it, with the County Board of Commissioners. And the statute also requires the trustee to complete an investigation, obviously to make sure the information is correct, provide assistance. And it notes also in the statute that if an applicant or a member of the applicant's household has a relative living within the township, then the trustee is required to request the relative to help them before giving it to them a second time. I think I mentioned that earlier on a prior slide as well. So continuing with the township application, it is not complete until all adult members of the household have signed either the township assisted application or other form of document required by law as determined by the trustee, as contained in your local guidelines. And you can assist people filling out that application. So if they have a mental or physical disability, a dyslexia, they can't read or write English, things like that, you can help them fill that out, and probably should. So moving on from when they actually apply to the investigation phase of it, I'm just going to briefly hit on it. I know the ITA have real in-depth conferences and classes on this. So if this is enough information for you, you might want to consider attending one of those classes. But when an application is received, the trustee or investigator, they should carefully consider all the circumstances for each applicant and each member of their household to determine the following things that I've listed here on the slide. So the things you would need to determine, you would need to verify their legal residence, their names and their ages, the physical condition of those residents, their previous and the present occupation, can they or can they not work, what is the cause of their current condition, and then whether, like the household, if they're entitled to like future income and things like that. So when you're looking at residents, a resident is an individual who is located in the township or county and intends to make their home in the township. So you can deny assistance if you determine that they don't intend to make the township or county their sole residence. However, if you're unable to determine if this is where they live in your township, then it still says you must provide assistance if they qualify. And there's some information on non-residents. So if a non-resident is an individual who is like a child, a parent of a child requiring their care, or if they're sick, aged, injured, etc., like they're unable to work or travel, then you're required to furnish assistance to the individual so they can be returned to their place of residence. And then also, if their place of residence can be determined and it's outside of the township, then you may still return them to their place of legal residence. So moving on from the application, the investigation, and now here at the payment part of it, has some codes listed here. First one, Indiana Code 1220-20. So it mentions, and all of this is on the forms in our manual and also noted in the manual, but wanted to let you know the statute out there that all assistance claims, they need to be itemized, audited by yourself, make sure the information is correct, and certified by the trustee. And then payments to any vendors, they need to be made within 45 days. And then going on, Indiana Code 12-20-24, so if money is not available for the payment of township assistance, you are required to appeal to the DLGF to borrow money. You can't get into a situation where you just ran out of money, so you start turning people away. That's not allowed. You still need to provide township assistance. So this is where it tells you you need to appeal to borrow money. So if the township board does not appeal to borrow money, or if the appeal fails, then you can go to the county board of commissioners and they can borrow money or otherwise provide the money. And then in the statute, it says that debt needs to be paid back within 5 years. So you can do the additional appropriations, make sure you can pay if you run out. And then when you work with DLGF, I'm sure a tax rate will be levied, so you'll be able to pay that debt back. And the appeal process, so how it kind of works is that it would go, if they want to appeal a denial, then they can go to the County Board of Commissioners within 15 days of that denial. So the county commissioners, they can conduct a hearing or appoint a hearing officer to conduct a hearing. And the county should have guidelines, written procedures where they will be reviewing the township assistance application and their file, everything that you've done, what order and how their proceedings are going to go, if they need to issue a subpoena, the procedure for that, and then how they come to a decision, how they issue that decision. And then also it mentions in the statute that this decision can be appealed by either party to a circuit or superior court in the county. The Township Assistance Statistical Report, this I believe is changing soon. There are some revisions to it in this legislative session, but where the requirements are for this report are in Indiana Code 12-20-28-3. And really, it's not a separate report that you have to come up with. We have this in Gateway now. So when you file your annual financial report, then you can fill out the TA7 section. So you're covered there. And the statute lists all of the things that need to be collected. I'm not going to really go into each line because it's a pretty big report, but it's the statistics on generally like how many people you provide assistance to, how many people in different categories and things like that. So you want to refresh your memory, or if you haven't done, you're a new trustee and you haven't done the Gateway annual financial report yet, you can log into Gateway and see what that looks like. The statute does require you, though, to submit this report to the county auditor. So there is a report output in Gateway for you to download this and give that to them. And they could also just get it on Gateway because it's public information too. Burials. So we do receive questions on burials, and some of the more common questions that we get is, so just generally, when do you have to pay for a burial? So in this statute that I pasted there at the top, it says when a resident of the township passes away without money, personal property, assets to be liquidated, or any other means to pay. So if they cannot pay for burial, that's when it would come to your township assistance process. So how much can you pay for burial expenses? Well, that should be determined in your local standards, but in the statute, it does say that the cost of the funeral, it may not be more than the cost of the least expensive funeral, including any necessary merchandise, embalming, et cetera, and I believe that price is disclosed online on the funeral director's website. I think that's under the FTC. And there is an ability for the trustee to file a claim against the township assistance application. So if you want to recover, like if they can't pay for something and you want to recover that money, you can file a claim against their estate. And in situations where, like if they die and they leave an estate and they're just not survived by like a spouse or an adult dependent or a child less than 18 years of age. So there's that option out there. Here we finally get to wasted resources, like I was mentioning on slide 3. Indiana Code 12-20-5.5-2, that details out the requirements for the Township Assistance Standards to have that information. And I pasted there the definition where this is included in the statute. And what it says is that wasted resources is the amount of money or resources expended by an applicant or an adult member of the household seeking assistance during 30 days before the date of the application for items that are not basic necessities. So you saw earlier that I listed the basic necessity there, and there was that last one where the trustee can determine what is a basic necessity. So I would look to your standards and see what is considered a wasted resource when doing your investigation. So employment as a condition. So it does mention in the statute that you shall, presumptively mandatory, require the individuals who are able to work to seek employment. So if you're not satisfied that they're not endeavoring to find work, then it does say you shall refuse to give township assistance. And you should make all possible efforts to help them secure employment. So if they're able-bodied and they can work, then it is your job to try to help them get employment, whether that is, you know, forward them resources, places to apply, you know, portals online, things like that. So it's probably good just to have like a bank or just some information readily able to hand out to people. So if they're unable to work though, because of like a health reason, you do have the option to require a medical examination if they give you that excuse. And then if you choose to, you can have workfare requirements. So it's up to you though, as I understand it, that you can obligate any adult member of the recipient household to do work. And that could be anything that needs to be done in the county, anything that needs to be done in an adjoining township, or maybe even a not-for-profit or another governmental entity. There is restrictions though. So if they're physically unable, obviously, if they're a minor, if they're over the age of 65, or if they already have a full-time job, or if they are needed to care for like an individual in their home because of that individual's condition, then you would not be able to require that. Or if there's no work available. So going on, more requirements for workfare. The recipient, they shall perform an amount of work that would equal the value of the assistance received. And you cannot pay them a credit for less than the federal minimum wage. But what you can do with approval of the board is you can conduct some programs. So like, for example, you can do a rehabilitation program, a training program, some work programs or retraining programs, like, you know, getting them ready to get into the workforce. So I'm not sure how all of those work, but working with the ITA, I'm sure they can guide you on what's out there, you know, what that kind of looks like if you're interested in this, going this route in these programs. I think we're getting to the end of the presentation here. I do have another presentation later today that goes over the township manual and all of these chapters that were changed or things removed or added. But I'm going to mention this here because it's township assistance related. So we did issue a new township manual, and I'll talk about that later. But in chapter 3, so this would be for the forms, I believe, we clarified the payee line. So on the township assistance, not just the assistance check, just the township check. You may notice in the bottom right, I think it's the bottom right, where the payee, so the person receiving the money, is supposed to sign and say that they received this. And it seemed unreasonable to require that in every single situation where you write a check. But in our opinion, for township assistance, that should be required. So if you're providing township assistance to somebody, we changed the manual to explicitly state this requirement, because there's a reason these forms were developed this way by prior directors, that whoever you're giving that money to, they need to be signing that line. And that's just really a requirement for just township assistance. So in every other situation where you're writing a check and paying money, giving money to individuals, if you cannot get their signature, or if you're mailing it and it would just be a pain for them to try to do that, you don't have to. We just added some wording that you should try every effort that you can, and if you can't, that's okay, but for township assistance, it's more important that way. And I'll get into why that is important here in a second. The next bullet point here, I noted the form, so that's form 6, the township check, and then this is what has been on the check. So just to kind of emphasize, I guess I'll read this. When they sign that line, it says, "I certify this to be the exact sum received, and that it is for the purpose herein stated that no part of said sum has been retained by, returned to, has been directly or indirectly agreed to be returned to the trustee or any other person." So it's kind of their attestation that they are receiving this, and it's not going to anybody else but the trustee. And Jonathan wrote an article. It was recently in a bulletin about conflict of interest, and we clarified here where if the trustee is receiving indirectly township assistance that you are required to file. We don't give legal opinions, so we generally don't tell people when they should or they should not file a conflict of interest, but here we know that if trustee receives it, then you should be filing it. Generally, conflict of interest, you're required to file those when you have either a pecuniary interest in or derive a profit from, like either a contract or a purchase connected with the township. And situation that we ran in, here's an example, where like if a trustee, they own a rental house, and then the applicant of township assistance, they live in that property that the trustee owns. So the trustee would indirectly be receiving township assistance. For our bulletin article and our guidelines, we're telling you to file a conflict of interest at that point, if that ever occurs. So Jonathan, do we have any questions?
We do have a couple. The first one is, how do you look at eating out? As in, if a family of 4 eats out and they spend like $75 to $100 per meal for it once they receive their stimulus or a tax check, how is that looked at? And I don't know if Debbie has any thoughts you may want to.
Yeah, I don't know how specific we get on what would be or what would not be allowable. I think we normally just paste the statute. The standards is what you go by, but Debbie might have more to add to that if she heard the question.
Well, I can tell you how we do it in our office. We would take a look at the expenditures for food for the month and see if they are in line with perhaps, well, in our case, we use the SNAP benefits as an allotment for food for the month. So as long as their expenditures fall within that parameter, we would not necessarily take exception that they, grabbed a breakfast burrito at McDonald's. But going out and dining and spending, as the question said, $75 to $100, would not be using what resources they have in the best way. So while a brand new applicant may not have known any better, so to speak, certainly after they have seen the trustee once, they should be educated on what the expectations are. So while we may not penalize them if it's their first time to the trustee, we certainly would make that clear going forward that we expect them to eat in an economical manner.
That's great. Thanks, Debbie.
I have one more, it looks like. I am a small office and I have me and one clerk. I provide all the investigative work for township assistants. Should I be paying part of my township salary from my assistance fund?
I think whether you should be, it would be up to you and your board. So when you develop your budget, if you do decide to pay that out of township assistance, you may have a lot in there, you may not have a lot. That would really be up to you locally.
So
That look like all the questions?
I think that's all the questions that we did not answer in the chat, so yes.
Okay. So next on the agenda, it looks like we have a break. Looks like we are 15 minutes early. So let's take a break, bathroom break, whatever, stretch your legs, and then Jonathan will go ahead and start his presentation at 10:15. So I'm going to mute ourselves here, but if you have questions, feel free to type them in the chat and we can answer those for about 15 minutes and then we can start the next presentation.
presenter.
We have muted. Yep, you're good to go.
Before we get started on the next presentation, I just want to let everybody know if you are sending in questions through the Q&A, do not send it to just the presenter or the host. As we noticed, Chase had several that went directly to him in that first presentation, and so when he finished, we had several to answer, and we're trying to stay up on those as we go. And so the presenter or the host won't be able to see those Q&As or the chat questions while they're presenting. So if you would just send them in the Q&A to either the panelists or just to everyone. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to be talking about public works projects, public purchases, and everybody's favorite topic, capital assets. So first, we're going to start with public purchasing. IC 522-1-1 says accept the purchase specifically mentioned in this chapter. The articles apply to every expenditure of public funds that are made by the township. As to with most rules, there are always exceptions. Those exceptions are found in Indiana Code 5-22-1-3, and the exclusions from this chapter are contracts between governmental bodies, public works projects, as we'll get into those later. They have a separate specific statute, collection bargaining agreements, labor contracts with employees, and investments of public funds. So all of these are exceptions of this chapter. I'm going to start by providing some definitions on public purchases. Those are found in the Indiana Code section 5-22-2. It defines purchases to include buying, procure, rent, lease, or otherwise acquire. A purchasing agency is a governmental body that is authorized to enter into contracts by this article, rules adopted under this article, or by another law. And the purchasing agent is an individual authorized by a purchasing agency to act as an agent in the administration of duties of the purchasing agent. Indiana Code 5-22-3-3 states that a governmental body may adopt rules to regulate purchases of the governing body. These rules cannot be inconsistent with any other statutory or requirements. So the township board may not adopt rules that would contradict any other statutes. These rules can be written to apply for all purchases or just to specific purchases. So if the township only wants these procedures to apply to expenses over $2,500, then they could pass certain rules that would regulate those purchases, and where the purchases under $2,500 would not have to follow those policies. But like I said, they still have to be consistent with all other statutory requirements. Federal guidelines, 2 CFR 200.318 requires local governmental units to have written procedures for purchasing procurement policies for expenditures of federal grants. Here's the exact statute reads: the non-federal entity must have and use documented procurement procedures consistent with state, local, and tribal laws and regulations and the standards of this chapter. So if you have making public purchases with federal grants, you're required to have those procurement procedures documented, and they have to be consistent with state and local laws. Indiana Code 5-22-6-1. The purchasing agency may purchase services using any procedure that the governmental body considers appropriate. So services are defined in IC 522-230, and it's the furnishing of labor, time, or effort by a person, not involving the delivery of specific supplies other than printed documents or other items that are merely incidental to the required performance. Examples of these are fire protection or cemetery care, such as mowing. If the township board would implement procedures that these services do not need to be, if bids would not need to be followed or quotes required, then if they have adopted that policy under 522-6-1, they need to follow their local policy for acquiring and purchasing services. So there are various public purchase laws depending on the estimated value of the items that are being purchased. The first one I'm going to discuss are the public purchases that are less than $50,000. The guidance there is found in Indiana Code 5-22-8-2. And the purchasing agent may make a purchase under small purchase policies that are established by the purchasing agency or under rules adopted by the governing board. So for these purchases under $50,000, the township could make these purchases based on the policies that have been adopted by the township board. The next set of guidelines are governed in IC 522-8-3, and these are for public purchases that are between $50,000 and $150,000. Under this statute, the township may purchase supplies under this section by inviting quotes from at least 3 persons known to deal in the lines of supplies that are to be purchased. Invitation for quotes must be mailed at least 7 days before the time fixed to receive the quotes. The purchasing agent shall award the contract to the lowest responsible and responsive offerer. This statute also allows for the township to reject all quotes. And also, if no quotes are received, then the purchasing agent may purchase supplies under IC 5-22-10-10, which is known as the special purchase laws, and under that requirement, a special purchase could be made without receiving quotes. For public purchases exceeding $150,000, it's required to have competitive bidding, and those laws are found in Indiana Code 5-22-7. 5-22-7-2 requires an invitation for bids, and I've listed here what the bids must include. They must include a purchase description, all contractual terms and conditions, the statement of the bid evaluation, the time and place the bids will be opened, a statement concerning whether the bid must be accompanied by a certified check or other evidence of financial stability, and a statement concerning the conditions under which a bid may be canceled or rejected. Indiana Code Section 522-7-5 requires the notice of the invitation to bid to be published in accordance with Indiana Code 5-3-1. And specifically in IC 5-3-1-2E, it requires the notice of receiving bids to be published twice and at least 1 week apart, with the second publication at least 7 days before the date the bids will be received. So if you're sending out a notice to receive bids, make sure that it's published twice and in the timeline of at least 1 week apart. And the second publication has to be at least a week before the date of bids will be received. When the bids are received, Indiana Code 5-22-7-6, it requires the bids to be opened publicly in the presence of one or more witnesses at the time and place that's published in the notice. So when you receive these bids, they can't be, if they're received early, they cannot be opened at that time. They need to be opened publicly at the time that was noted in the notice. And there needs to be one or more witnesses of the opening of those bids. The bids are required to be accepted without alteration and evaluated based on the requirements stated in the invitation, and that's per Indiana Code 522-7-7. And then 522-7-8 requires that the contract must be awarded to the lowest responsible and responsive bidder. And then for the retention of records of the bids, that is in the next section 522-7-9. That requires the purchasing agent to maintain the following information: the name of each bidder, the amount of each bid, any other information required by the chapter, and this information is required to be maintained, is subject to public inspection after the contract is awarded. So after the contract is awarded, this information is required to be maintained and is subject to public inspection. So under 5-22-8-1, purchases and purchase requirements may not be artificially divided so as to constitute a small purchase under 5-22-8. So basically, if you're wanting to make a purchase of a large amount of supplies, you cannot break that up into multiple amounts to stay below the $50,000 amount. If the total amount of those purchases together were going to be greater than $50,000, this statute does not allow for artificially dividing that up. So you would still be required to follow the guidance for the amounts that were between 50 and 150,000, if that has been broken up that way. This can be found in the appendix to the manual. This is a suggested format for a checklist for invitation of bids. Basically, it's got a place for the type of supply that's being requested and the requesting agency. And it's just kind of a checklist that what's required for bids, the purchase description, the evaluation criteria, the applicable contract terms and conditions, the time and place of the opening bids, evidence of the financial responsibility required, if a performance bond is required, statement and conditions under which an invitation may be canceled. The statement of conditions under which bid may be rejected in whole or in part. And the notice of invitation for bids published. It's got a place for both the first date and the second date of the publications. And make sure there's a form of non-collusion affidavit. So this is a suggested format in our appendix. Like I said, this isn't a required form, but it has a list of everything that should be included in the notice to bid and in the bid document. So like I said, it is located in the appendix to our township manual on our website. So I touched on this just briefly under the special purchasing methods when I was talking about requesting quotes and no quotes were received. They could follow the special purchasing methods. So I'm going to go to a little bit more in depth on the special purchasing methods. 5-22-10-1 states a purchasing agent may make a purchase under this chapter without soliciting bids. The special purchases must be made with competition that is as practical as can be under the circumstances. Under 5-22-10-3, the township must maintain a file with written determination for the basis of the special purchase and the selection of the specific contract. These records must be maintained for a minimum of 5 years, and they would need to contain the following information: each contractor's name, the amount and type of each contract, and the description of the supplies that were purchased. Under 5-22-10-4, this deals with emergency conditions. If there is a significant threat to public health, welfare, and safety, if these emergency conditions exist and they can be documented, the bid process would not have to be followed under those circumstances. But make sure that the emergency conditions are documented for all audit purposes. There are also some in 5-22-10-5. This provides some other special purchasing methods where the bid process would not have to be followed. That is, if there is a significant savings to the township, if there's a unique opportunity that exists to obtain supplies or services at a substantial savings. In all of these special purchasing methods, I recommend to document on why the laws governing the public purchases were not followed. 5-22-10-6 discusses auctions, and the township may make a special purchase at an auction. In 5-22-10-8, that discusses the compatibility of equipment, accessories, or replacement parts. So compatibility of equipment, accessories, or replacement parts is a substantial consideration in the purchase, and only one source meets the reasonable equipment requirements. So if the township has a certain software system and the compatibility of the equipment, if there's an upgrade or something like that that needs to be made or software purchased for that equipment that's already purchased, if there's only one source that meets that reasonable equipment requirement, then the special purchasing methods may be followed. I discussed this already, but 522-10-10, when no quotes were offered, they did not receive any offers. The township has solicited bids, but they did not receive a responsive offer under other required purchasing methods. In that case, the special purchasing methods may be used here. And then 522-10-13 deals with a single source. There is only one source from the supply, and the purchasing agent determines in writing that there is only one source for that supply. Then the special purchasing method can be followed. So in this case, there would have to be the purchasing agent, the trustee, would have to determine in writing that there is only one source for the supply. So I have, in my audit experience, I saw this used once, and then I was able to just go online and look, and there were multiple places to purchase the supply. So just by determining it in writing doesn't always mean that there is only one source. So I did just want to say that there, make sure if you're going to use this under that there's clearly only one source to purchase the supply. And Indiana Code 522-10-17 allows for the acceptance of gifts. So the township may acquire supplies by accepting a gift for the purchasing agent's governing body. So if supplies are wanting to be gifted in that manner, then that would be considered a special purchase, and that would be allowable. So we have a suggested format for the special purchase items as well. That is also located in the forms in the appendix to the township manual. I think this, I'll just go over this briefly. The columns there, basically it has a place for a contract number, the date of the contract, the contractor's name, contract amount, the type of contract, the description of supplies, and it gives you a place to list which Indiana code that the special purchasing method was used from, and the basis of the selection of that contractor. So like I said, if you're using any of those special purchasing methods, you can look at this format there in our appendix and use it and maintain it for audit documentation for your special purchases. So I'm going to move on to another topic. I'm going to discuss the disposal of surplus personal property. This is located in 5-22-22, and it only applies to the disposal of personal property. It does not apply to real property such as land and structures. There's a separate code that applies to the sale of land and structures. Under IC 522-22-3, the township may sell property that has been left in the custody of an officer or employee of the governmental body and has remained unclaimed for more than 1 year, or it belongs to the governmental body but is no longer needed or is unfit for the purpose that it was intended. So if there are items that are no longer used by the township and the township would like to dispose of that property, they can dispose of it under this chapter. There may be some items which the listing of or transportation of the property to sell it would be more than what the township could give from that property. That would be considered worthless property under 5-22-22-8. And worthless or of no market value, if the value of the property is less than the estimated cost of the sale and transportation of the property. In these cases, the personal property may be demolished or junked. So the guidance for when the estimated value of one item that is the township's going to try to dispose of is under $1,000, or it's a group of items under $5,000. These items fall under Indiana Code 5-22-22-6, and this gives the township the authority to sell the surplus property at a public or private sale without advertising. So if you have one item, say there's an old desk that's estimated value is $200, that could be sold privately without advertising. Or if you had a group of items that are, the estimated value of those are under $5,000, those items could be sold by the township without advertising. IC 5-22-22-4 and -4.5 and 5. Those are all statutes that can be followed when the surplus property that is being disposed of has an estimated value of over $1,000 for one item or over $5,000 for a group of items. I'm briefly going to touch on each of those Indiana Code sections. Indiana Code 5-22-22-4 allows the township to engage an auctioneer. If the township is going to engage an auctioneer, the advertising of the auction must include a detailed description of the property that's being sold. Section 4.5, it also allows for the sale of surplus property. That's by using an internet auction site. However, the internet auction site has to be approved by the Office of Technology. The auction site also has to be linked to the electronic gateway, and the posting of the sale on the internet auction site must have a detailed description of the surplus property that's being sold. And then under 5-22-22-5, the township may also sell at a public sale or by sealed bids. Under this statute, the sale would have to be advertised in accordance with 5-3-1, and all sales would have to be made to the highest responsible bidder. So if the township has items that they want to dispose of and the estimated value of the single item is over $1,000, or a group of items, the value is over $5,000, any of these three methods to dispose of the property may be followed by the township. 5-22-22-10 governs the exchange of property between governmental units. So if there's an exchange of property between a township and any other governmental unit, the township may sell or transfer the property to another governmental unit upon terms and conditions agreed upon by both of the governing bodies. Both of the governing bodies must adopt substantially identical resolutions, and the transfer or exchange may be for any amount of property or cash agreed upon by the governmental bodies. So if the township is disposing of these property to governmental units, under this chapter, they would not have to follow any of the previous disposals personal property statutes that were provided, and they may exchange the property through 5-22-22-10. Section 5-22-22-12 governs the disposal of fire trucks, emergency service vehicles, and firefighting or emergency service equipment. The township may transfer title to a fire department for cash, gift, or another arrangement. So fire department defined in this section is a volunteer fire department, a board of fire trustees of a fire protection district established under IC 36-8-11, or the provider unit of a fire protection territory established under IC 36-8-9. Fire departments located in the same county as the township has the right of first refusal. And if all of the fire departments within the same county as the township do refuse, then the township can transfer the equipment to any fire department. So then if there was a fire department outside of the county that the township is in, after all of the fire departments within the county have refused, then the township can transfer the equipment to any fire department. Any proceeds that are generated by the sale or the rental of property, the township must receive these proceeds into the fund which originally purchased the property unless otherwise provided by law. That guidance is found in our township manual, chapter 1, page 8, and I've included a link to chapter 1 of the township below. So anytime that property is sold by the township, so say a fire truck was sold was originally purchased from the Cume Fire Fund and it was sold, the funds that are received from the sale of that must be receipted back into the Cume Fire Fund. As I stated earlier, the purchase of land or structures, they had a specific statute and did not fall under the same laws as the public purchases. Statute that governs the purchase of land or structures applies to IC 36-1-10.5-5, and this applies to purchases of land and structures with a total price exceeding $25,000. The township board shall pass a resolution stating it is interested in making a purchase of the specified land or structure. The township trustee must appoint 2 appraisers to determine the fair market value of the land or structures. The appraisal shall be returned within 30 days and kept on record for at least 5 years. The purchasing agent shall give a copy of both appraisals to the township board. Under 36-10.5-6, the purchase price cannot be greater than the average of the 2 appraisals received. So if the township has interest in purchasing a piece of property, they receive these 2 appraisals. The person that's selling the property is wanting a certain amount. If the township cannot pay more than the average of the 2 appraisals for that land. So if the seller of the land will not take the average of those two appraisals, then the township would not be allowed to purchase that land. Now I'm going to move on to public works projects. Public works projects, they're found in Indiana Code 36-1-12. I'm going to go through a few definitions before I get into a lot of the compliance requirements of the statutes. By definition, the board is the township board. The contractor is the person who is a party to a public work contract with the board. The subcontractor, that is a person who is a party to a contract with the contractor and furnishes or performs labor on the public works project. And property is all personal property, fixtures, furnishings, inventory, equipment, and real property. And those definitions are found in IC 36-1-12-1.2. Under 36-1-12-2, a public work is the construction, reconstruction, alteration, or renovation of a public building or other structure that is paid for out of a public fund. This includes any public work leased by a township under a lease containing an option to purchase. For public works projects, anything less than $50,000 is a small project. Quotes for projects between $50,000 and $150,000 are required, and if the project is greater than $150,000, then bids are required. So we're going to discuss small projects first, and as I stated, these are projects that are less than $50,000. The laws here are addressed in IC 36-1-12-5. And so, like I said, these are for items where public works projects where the cost is estimated to be less than $50,000. The board shall invite quotes from at least 3 persons known to deal in the class of work proposed. There is required to be a mailing of a notice stating the plans and specifications, and those are to be on file in the specified office. The notice must be mailed not less than 7 days before the time fixed for receiving those quotes. The township board can't require submission of quotes prior to the meeting, and the meeting for receiving quotes must be open to the public, and all quotes must be opened and read aloud. And the board must award to the lowest responsible and responsive quoter. IC 36-1-12-5 does allow for the board to reject all bids. If they thought a project was going to come in around one amount and all of the quotes that come in are significantly above that amount, the board does have the right to reject all of those bids. The board may then negotiate and enter into an agreement for the work on the open market if the reasons for rejecting the quotes are established in writing. The township board can also purchase or lease supplies in accordance with IC 5-22 and perform the public works using its own workforce. However, it must have a group of employees on staff who are capable of performing the construction, maintenance, and repair of all applicable work. For purchases that are less than $25,000, townships may solicit quotes by phone or fax, and the 7-day waiting period does not apply. So for projects between 50,000 and 150,000, a lot of the requirements are the same. The board shall invite quotes from at least 3 persons known to deal in the class of the work proposed. They have a same mailing notice stating the plans and specifications are on file in the specified office. The notice must be mailed not less than 7 days before the time fixed for receiving quotes. The board can't require submission of these quotes prior to the meeting. The meeting for receiving quotes must be open to the public, and all quotes must be opened and read aloud, and the board must award to lowest responsible and responsive quoter. The board here also may reject all quotes, but in this statute, it does not allow the board to then negotiate and enter into agreements in the open market like the public works projects that were less than 50,000. So that's the biggest difference I was able to determine on the public works projects that were less than 50,000 and those that were between 50 and 150,000. For projects greater than 150,000, those are governed by IC 36-1-12-4. The board must prepare general plans and specifications. They must avoid specifications that might unduly limit competition. And the board must file these plans and specifications in a place reasonably accessible to the public. So in this instance, the board needs to provide specifications that provide as much competition as possible. That way the township can receive the most fair and responsible bids possible in this instance. The board must publish notice in accordance with Indiana Code 5-3-1, calling for sealed proposals. The notice must state the time and place fixed for receiving bids. If less than 25 million, there may not be more than 6 weeks between the date of the first publication and receiving bids. And if more than 25 million, there may not be more than 10 weeks between the date of the first publication and the receiving of the bids. So depending on the size of the public works project, I would say most of them are going to be less than 25 million. So those could not be more than 6 weeks between the date of the first publication and receiving bids. In receiving these bids, the board shall require the following information from the submitters. They would be required to require a financial statement, the statement of their experience from the contractors or from the bidders, the proposed plan for performing the public work, and a list of all of the equipment the bidder has available for the performance of the public work. Once again, the board can't require the bids before the meetings. However, the board can delay the opening if the board would make the determination in writing that is in the board's best interest, and they announced at the originally assigned meeting the new time and place of the bid openings. So it does allow for the board to delay the opening of the meetings, and the board can't require the bids to be open before the meeting. Once again, the bid opening meeting has to be at a public meeting. The bids must be opened and read aloud. The board must award the bids to the lowest and responsive bidder. If not awarded to the lowest bidder, the board must state in the minutes at the time the award is made, the factors that are used in determining the reason why the lowest bidder and responsive bidder was not awarded the contract. In these situations, I recommend document as to why the lowest bidder was not awarded the bid. And once again, the board can reject all bids if they think all the bids were came in a lot higher than what they had expected on the public works projects. In determining if a bidder is responsive, the township board may consider the following: whether the bid submitted conforms in all material respects to the specifications, whether the bid submitted complies specifically with the invitation to bid and the instructions that were provided to the bidders, and whether the bidder has complied with all applicable statutes, ordinance, resolutions, and rules pertaining to the award of the public contract. In determining if a bidder is responsible, the board may consider the following items: the ability and capacity of the bidder to perform the work, the integrity, character, and reputation of the bidder, and the competence and experience of the bidder. So in determining, the board can use any of these to consider the responsibleness of the bidder, and they can use any of these items to not award the bid to the lowest bidder, but they would need to document in all of these situations why they did not accept the lowest bid. The board shall also require the bidder to submit an affidavit. The affidavit should state the following: that the bidder has not entered into a combination or an agreement relative to the price to be bid by a person, or to prevent another person from bidding, or to induce a person to refrain from bidding. So there should be an affidavit signed by the bidder stating all of these items listed here. And then also that the bidder's bid is made without reference to any other bid. So they couldn't have this bid in here based on the awarding of another bid. A bond or certified check must be filed with each bid in the amount determined and specified by the township board if the cost is estimated to exceed $200,000. The amount of the bond or certified check may not be set at more than 10% of the contract price. It must be made payable to the township, and the checks of unsuccessful bidders shall be returned to them. But the check of the successful bidder, that should be held until delivery of the performance bond. So at the time of the bids, there should be a bond or certified check filed with each of those bids, and then the bidders that were not awarded the contracts, those checks then should be returned to them, and then the township should maintain the bond or certified check of the contractor that was awarded the bid until delivery of the performance bond. If the cost of the project is less than $200,000, then a bond or certified check can be required if that was added to the plans and specifications by the township board. So if this was in the bid specs and the notifications, then the township board can require a bond or certified check on those projects that are less than $200,000. A few miscellaneous items related to public works projects. When the township board awards a contract, they must provide a successful bidder notice, a notice to proceed within 60 days. The exception to that would be if bonds are being issued in conjunction with the project, the 60-day limit may be increased. If the board would fail to provide a bidder a notice to proceed within that 60-day period, the bidder may reject the contract and withdraw their bid. To withdraw their bid, the contractor must do this within 15 days after the 60-day limit. Public work performed or contracted for on a public building, which is more than $100,000. It may be undertaken by the township board only in accordance with plans and specifications that are approved by an architect or an engineer. So if there's a public works project on a public building and the cost of that is going to be more than $100,000, the plans and specs have to be approved by an architect or an engineer. All plans and specs for public buildings must be approved by the State Department of Health, the Division of Fire and Building Safety, and other agencies designated by statute. Within 60 days after the completion, a complete set of final record drawings must be filed by the board with the Division of Fire and Building Safety for projects on public buildings in excess of $100,000. When there's an emergency situation, upon a declaration of an emergency, which must be declared in the minutes of the board may contract for a public work project without advertising for bids if bids or quotes are invited from at least 2 persons known to deal in the public work required. The minutes here must show the names of the persons invited to bid or quote. And in these emergency situations, I highly recommend, you've heard me say it throughout the presentation, document, document, document. There is the allowance of public work to be done by their own workforce. If a public work is less than $250,000, and that's including the actual cost of materials, labor, equipment, and any rental expense, reasonable rates for use of trucks and heavy equipment owned, and all other expenses incidental to the performance of the project. And the township has its own workforce and they're capable of performing the construction, maintenance, or repair. If all of these items here are met, then the township can perform the public work with their own workforce. And then they would not have to go through the bidding or quoting process here if they were using their workforce for the public work project, and based on all these items listed, the public work was less than $250,000. Next, I'm going to discuss briefly the capital assets. I know this is everybody's favorite topic, so I know I've trained and presented on this before. We still get a lot of questions on this, so I hope I cover several of those questions today. So hopefully, after this portion of the presentation, you will know how to properly maintain your capital asset records. What is the capital asset? GASB 34 defines a capital asset as the term capital asset includes land, improvements to land, easements, buildings, building improvements, vehicles, machinery, equipment, works of art and historical treasures, infrastructure, and all other tangible assets that are used in operations that have initial useful lives beyond a single reporting period. We get a lot of questions on what is infrastructure. Infrastructure, they're usually long-lived capital assets. They're normally stationary in nature. They don't get moved. They can be preserved for a significant number of years over most other capital assets. Examples of infrastructure are roads, bridges, tunnels, drainage systems. These infrastructure items are going to last a lot longer than most of your other types of capital assets, such as machinery and equipment, even buildings. We also get questions on what is construction in progress. So this is where work has not been completed in the current reporting fiscal year. So an example here would be a township starts building a new firehouse. They start that in, say, August, and it's not completed by the end of their fiscal year in December. The amount of completion that has been done on the project so far, that would be listed in construction in progress. And then once the firehouse is completed, then you would move it out of construction in progress and move it into buildings on your capital asset ledger. In the Township Manual, in Chapter 1, it discusses capital asset policies, and it requires every unit to have a capital asset policy, and it requires that policy to detail the threshold at which an item is considered a capital asset. So the capitalization threshold is a management decision that would be set by the township board. For some townships, they may be a smaller township, and they may set their capital asset capitalization threshold at $1,000. Another larger township, they may set their capital asset threshold at $5,000. That is totally a management decision. But then any capitalized assets that are over whatever the capitalization threshold that the township board would establish, then would be required to be kept on the capital asset ledger. These are not items that are required to be part of the capital asset policy, but they're items that I would recommend to include in your policy, and are items that I would consider when adopting your capital asset policy. Who is going to be responsible for maintaining the capital asset ledger? What other procedures and internal controls are going to be implemented to ensure that the person responsible for maintaining the capital asset ledger is receiving all the information needed to properly maintain the capital asset ledger? What is the useful life of the assets? Useful life is how long is the capital asset going to be in use by the township? I recommend at a minimum by category, and it should be consistent. So if you determine the useful life of fire apparatuses, you wouldn't have a useful life of one of those apparatus to be 5 years, and then the apparatus of the of another apparatus to be 20 years when they're basically the same type of fire apparatus. The township should be consistent in determining their useful life of the asset. And also, how are you going to account for depreciation in the year that it was purchased? So, what is your policy going to be on determining depreciation that first year? So if you purchased a fire truck for the township in July, what is your policy going to be? Are you going to take depreciation in the first year? Are you going to prorate it for a 6-month period? Or are you going to say it's going to depreciate the most in that first year and take a full year of depreciation in that first year? That would all be a management decision, and something I would recommend putting into your capital asset policy. Like I said, these items I discussed here are not required, but there are items I would recommend putting in your capital asset policy. The State Board of Accounts has prescribed a form to assist in properly maintaining capital assets. That's the General Form 369. This form may be electronically duplicated and utilize another format, but it must include the same information and function that is required on the prescribed form that is to be maintained. So we get a lot of questions on, I think it's easier to maintain this form for some electronically, so that is allowable. It just needs to include all of the information and function that's required on the prescribed form, and I'll go over this form on a future slide. So here is a sample of the capital asset ledger. This is found in the appendix to the Township Manual on our website. I'll briefly go over each of these columns. The date of purchase, that's just basically the date that the township obtained the capital asset. Description of the asset. What is it? Another example is a fire truck, but I would recommend being more specific. Instead of fire truck, say you purchase a fire truck this year, I would put 2021 pumper truck, or make sure that you give it as much description as you can, where if you have multiple fire trucks, if you just list them as fire truck, it might be difficult to keep track of which piece of equipment it is. Serial number, all equipment's not going to have a serial number. It's just a number that is unique to that piece of equipment. Like it could be for vehicles, it could be a VIN number. It just needs to be a number that specifically identifies that asset and is unique to that asset. Location of the asset. Where is this capital asset maintained? For fire trucks, list maybe they're maintained at different firehouses. You would list the different locations of each location of where the capital asset is maintained and located. The original cost of the asset, this would just be the historical cost of the asset, the amount that the township purchased the equipment for, the estimated life of the asset. I briefly covered that on another slide. How long is the asset going to be in use? There's also a spot for if you dispose of the capital asset. You would list the date here and the amount that you received if you sold it, or the value of the trade-in. In addition, you would also have, once you dispose of that piece of equipment, it would be removed from your capital asset ledger. The next columns are just the types of capital assets. You could have land, infrastructure, which we defined in earlier slides, buildings, improvements other than buildings, machinery, equipment, and vehicles, construction in progress, and then there's books and other, and then the final column is total capital assets. This should be a running total of all of your capital assets. So say on line 1, you have a fire truck, and that fire truck costs $200,000. So then in that column for total capital assets, it would be $200,000. And then on line 2, say you just have a pickup truck for the township and it is $30,000. So you would list $30,000 in machinery and equipment and vehicles. But then when you come over to total capital assets, that's a running total. So then it would be up to $230,000 because you had the $200,000 for the fire truck and then the $30,000 for the pickup truck. What happens when you do not know the value of a capital asset? An example, something may have been purchased long ago. You're just taking over the township trustee duties. The prior trustee had not maintained capital asset records. What do you do to determine the historical cost of those capital assets? The first step I would recommend is developing an inventory of all capital assets owned. So you would go back to the capital asset policy that was approved by the township board, find the capitalization threshold in that policy, and then develop an inventory of all capital assets that are over that capital asset threshold amount. Hopefully for most items you would be able to go into the records and find an invoice or something that would, or maybe for land, go to deed records to determine the value, the historical cost, which is what was paid by the township for the capital asset. If not, you would obtain an estimate of the replacement cost. Probably the best way to do this would be to find the replacement cost would be maybe in your township's insurance policies on the various capital assets. And then you would need to try your best to determine the year of acquisition. You may have, I don't know, you may be able to go into some old board minutes and review and see if you can determine where they approved these certain capital asset expenditures or purchases. You may be able to, like I said, look at some deeds. If you have the same place where you purchase the fire equipment from, if it seems like it's purchased from the same dealer, you may be able to contact them. They may have record of those purchases with the value that was paid, but you need to do your best to determine the year of acquisition of those capital assets. Once you've determined the year of acquisition, you would multiply the estimated replacement cost. So let's say you had to estimate the purchase of a fire truck. The replacement cost was $150,000. You were able to determine that it was purchased 10 years ago. You would then go to our bulletin, this table of cost indexes. We update this. The most recent one was from the September 2019 bulletin. You would pull that up, and it would have a factor that you would then multiply the replacement cost by, and that would be what you would use as your estimated historical cost. You would need to maintain all of this documentation for audit purposes to determine, so that we could determine that this was a reasonable approach to determining the estimated historical cost of the capital assets that you do not know the exact value of on the historical cost. I want to briefly discuss depreciation. Depreciation is an accounting method of allocating the cost of a tangible asset or physical asset. Examples: buildings, equipment, infrastructure, other, over the life of the asset. And accumulated depreciation represents how much of an asset's value has been used up since the capital asset was obtained. I've listed here depreciable assets and non-depreciable assets. Your depreciable assets are buildings, improvements other than buildings, machinery, equipment, vehicles. And then non-depreciable assets, our audit position is land. It's assumed to have a unlimited useful life. So land is considered a non-depreciable asset. And then construction in progress, because the asset has yet to be placed into service. So it would be non-depreciable. So determining the yearly amount of depreciation, you would take the historical cost of the capital asset, and you would divide that by the estimated useful life. So an instance would be if you purchased a fire truck for $200,000. The estimated useful life of that fire truck is 20 years. You would take $200,000 divided by 20, and that is going to give you 10,000. So your yearly amount of depreciation would be $10,000. So accumulated depreciation is the total depreciated to date. So in an instance, say that fire truck that had the historical cost of $200,000 was purchased in 2019, and our policy is to depreciate a full year in the first year that it was purchased. So at the end of 2020, you would have $20,000 in accumulated depreciation, because you would have the yearly amount of depreciation as 10,000, and you had it for 2 years. So then your accumulated depreciation would be $20,000. You must maintain a documented basis for the asset valuation and the estimated useful lives. There is not a prescribed form for maintaining depreciation and accumulated depreciation, but I believe that is going to be something that is going to be required in the future in Gateway. However easiest for you to maintain that documentation, that is something to be starting to think about. We also have some training videos. The State Board of Accounts, we have a YouTube channel that we have provided several training videos on. Specifically, I have a link I've provided here to a capital asset video that I did about a year ago. I think it's about 10 minutes long. It will have some additional information on properly maintaining capital assets. And so if you have a chance, I'd recommend taking a look at those videos when you have a chance. I'm sure there are several questions that we've received. Let's see if we can knock a few of these out.
Okay. Yeah, I tried to answer several of these in the chat, but I did skip over some because I thought Jonathan answering them verbally would help everyone to hear the
Okay.
answer. So Jonathan, the first one, if you go through the bid process for an item over $150,000, do you have to accept the lowest bid for that item? And what leeway do you have to not accept the lowest bid?
I do think basically there were some criteria there that I provided on if you can determine that they aren't responsible or responsive. And I would also recommend on any time on that, document, and follow your advice of your attorney and get any legal opinions from your attorney on any of those situations.
And I do think they could just choose not to take the lowest one for a reason. So like Jonathan said, just document that. Okay, next question. What about cooperative purchase agreements and special purchases? I thought I read somewhere it mentions being able to use those avenues versus the normal bidding process.
The special purchases methods, those are, I think that was in 522. I'd have to look back at the statute. I think it's 522, 2210, I believe. Those are the special purchasing methods. The other part of that on the cooperative purchasing, if you have a specific question on that, you can email us that. I don't know exactly how to address that.
I kind of addressed the cooperative purchasing in the Q&A. Someone asked about HGAC. So I answered that question in there, and I can pull that up real quick and read off how I answered that. Everyone does have access to the Q&A if they know how to open that, but I'll just read it anyway. So we've other townships asked this question before, and I think they're in Texas. So wherever you're buying it from, you just need to determine if they're following their procurement laws in addition to our procurement laws. And I did cite a statute in there that I haven't pulled up, but we ran this by our legal staff. So as long as they're following the purchasing requirements of the co-op, then we won't take exception to you buying through that co-op. But you would need to verify that and provide us documentation when we ask were those requirements followed. Okay, next question. What advertising requirements are there for offering a fire truck for sale to fire departments within the same county?
So that is what I addressed there. Let me go back. I'll just get back there. So. So in 522-22-12, they can transfer title for cash, gift, or another arrangement, and I do not believe they have to have bids or anything when they are transferring title to a fire department. And basically, that's where I define the fire departments as a volunteer fire department or a fire protection district established under 36.811 or a fire protection territory under 36.89.
So no advertising, nothing required?
No.
Okay, next question. Are appraisals still required if not purchasing land or structures from a traditional sale? So like a tax sale or a private offer? I think some of those we might need to email.
Yeah, I would have to go. I don't know about I don't know what they mean by a private offer, and I would have to look at the tax law if governmental units are allowed to purchase land at a tax sale.
I would have to too. So if you want to email us that tax sale question, feel free to email us. Jeff Bellamy, I'll skip over yours. I saw that you emailed us. I'll answer you in an email. Last question. Do you need to depreciate a new drainage system in a cemetery? And they do mention it's on county maintenance. Whatever that means.
I mean, I do think infrastructure is a depreciable asset. So I would take the value of the if it's township-owned drainage system. If it's not township-owned, it wouldn't be a capital asset of the township. And then however long they think that drainage will last, and just determine the useful life and take the cost of the drainage system and determine the depreciable amount, and they would depreciate that.
I'll check to see if we have any more questions before we break. Looks like we have some chat. There's a lot of cemetery questions, and I posted the bulletin for everyone to review, and most of the questions revolve around assessing the value.
Okay. Basically on those, they need to be township-owned cemeteries. That would be the first thing. If they're not township-owned cemetery, then they would not be a capital asset of the township. The land, there's an and basically in the article, the land is what you're listing, because basically through the article, I believe we stated that the stone, the purchase of the what am I trying to say? The purchase of the area of the cemetery, the plot is not a real estate deed. So basically you would just determine the value of the land. If you know what it was purchased, it would just stay at that value, because they're not very often, but there have been times when graves have been dug and moved up and that land has been used for. So the land would be considered a capital asset, and if you do not know the land, you would try to use what I explained in the factors, determine what the estimated value of the land is, and then multiply it by the factor of when the township obtained that land, and that would be your factor and your basis for determining the amount of the cemetery that would be considered a capital asset.
Okay, I think that's our last question. If we skipped over some of them, feel free to send it to us when we get back, or to send us an email. Okay, welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. Get into it. Don't want to keep you guys longer than needed. So we have a presentation on the new township manual, and I'm going to do that one for about an hour. Maybe less, then go over to the website at the end of it, and then Jonathan is going to go over some gateway information. And then we can have a Q&A session at the end. You can stay on as long as you want to send us questions, but you feel free to log off after that. Again, this conference is going to be recorded and put on YouTube, so you'll be able to see any of the questions we ask verbally and things like that. I want to share my presentation here. And ever since I came to the office, updating the township manual has been one of my goals. And it was about 11 years old by the time we eventually did it. When things get that old, it's not helpful anymore. And there are a lot of statutes and things like that that need to be changed. Some audit positions that need to be updated and things like that. So that was the main reason for updating. And we got the time last year to be able to update all those things. So going through this presentation, I'm going to do some general updates and just go chapter by chapter and everything that changed. So here's some noteworthy changes. So we just removed a couple chapters. The use of financial and appropriation record, or the Township Form 1C, which would be your ledger, which would be information about your system. So we had information in that chapter about entries and how to record and things like that. We removed that chapter entirely because essentially the chapter was just all about that one form. So we removed that chapter and put it in the form chapter. where we think it was more applicable to be placed. And then we also removed the dog and the dog fund chapter. And that fund was repealed many years ago. So that was a good change. So you could probably understand that since we removed some of the earlier chapters, like chapter 4, what used to be chapter 5 will probably be 4 now. So a bunch of the chapter numbers actually changed. And in addition to removing some chapters, we added audit positions from bulletin articles where we thought they were manual worthy or just a good addition to whatever topic we were looking at per that chapter. So we added a bunch of bulletin articles into the manuals as well. And first, before I get into what actually changed this year, I want to talk about the changes that were done in 2017. If you've been here a while, you may remember Tyler Michael. He was a partner of Ryan Preston, my previous partner, so he's one of the directors who now actually works in state assignments. He's the director of state audits now. But he was given a project at the time, and that was in 2017, to update chapter 1. And this chapter is uniform across all of our unit types. So counties, cities and towns, libraries, special districts, etc. They all have the same chapter 1. And what is in it is prescribed forms, taxes, general information, information on local policies, and deposits and investments. So this uniform chapter was created at that time. And he also added the Indiana codes section to the website. So we try to, when updating the manual, think about what would be more pertinent to our audit positions and our regulations rather than just taking the whole of the Indiana code and placing it in the manual. We couldn't do that entirely because parts of the code are definitely needed in each chapter of the manual, but when we were editing these manuals, we try to take out as much code as we can and then added as much audit positions as we could for bulletins and other things alike. So that's kind of where we're coming from. The information technology manual, that was created in 2017 as well. So that's another manual if you have computer systems and internal controls that are technology related. That's all addressed in this manual, and that's on our website. So that's what happened first in 2017. And then also in 2017, you may remember that we had a lot of chapters for the township. So it went up to 22 chapters. So you can see chapter 13 is now in chapter 1. The IT manual is now its own separate manual. And then information about like conflict of interest, public records, deposit investment of funds, that's either in chapter 1 or somewhere else, like on our website summarized and things like that. So all of this information that we removed is now somewhere else. But what I asked Jonathan to do is to make a presentation that went over the public purchases, public works, and then also capital assets. That wasn't really outlined in a specific manual anywhere. So that presentation that Jonathan gave is kind of going to be our reference from going forward for those topics, since they're just in the code. And we also have that summarized on our website. So at the end of the presentation, I'll go over where our presentations are located and show you where that presentation is so you can access that. And the table of contents. So I didn't initially create a table of contents because we've been working at the Board of Accounts, mostly myself because I work with our website, of creating a searchable database for all of our bulletin articles, manuals, and other materials. And this essentially is going to replace the index, the old way of looking up things, seeing what topic, what page, and what bulletin or manual it was located in. And we understand it's somewhat difficult if you don't know where to look, how to find things on our website for local officials and our staff and us too. So we've been working on this and it's getting close to completion. The Indiana Office of Technology is doing updates, so hopefully we would like to release this resource library sometime this year. And just because we didn't have this available, after multiple requests, I did create a table of contents, and that has been added to our website now. So that goes over where some of the things are located in a topical format. So if you go to our website, you'll see that. In chapter 1, nothing was changed. That same thing that Tyler made in 2017. And chapter 2, for the cell phone, telephone, and internet reimbursement and expenses, we had a hodgepodge of things in the manual that were outdated, several bulletin articles that updated our position on those. So we updated that and we placed it in one section. So that's now in chapter 2. And they used to be grouped separately, but now they're all in one area. At one point, there's a lot of information there in statutes that we're citing, but one point I wanted to know on this topic is for you to be reimbursed for these types of expenses. So if you have internet and you live in your office is in your home, then to be reimbursed for some of those expenses that you pay, you need to have a policy which would be adopted by the board. And in that policy, there needs to be a reasonable sum that your board considers reasonable for any expenses. So you would have a policy, they'd consider a dollar amount in that policy to reimburse you for either a cell phone, telephone, or internet. And then we would not take exception to you being reimbursed for that. In chapter 2, we also updated the bonding requirements section. So there's a couple bulletin articles that we added, and we just updated the language in the code. It was obviously 11 years old, so slightly outdated. I summarized some of the things here. We do train on this almost every year or every meeting that we go to. But just to remind everyone, some of the new people, that on the bond itself, it needs to be payable to the state of Indiana. Please don't list the Board of Accounts. Needs to be approved by the county auditor and then filed with the county recorder within 10 days of issuance. And then the amount that you're required to be covered in your bond would be at least $30,000 for each $1 million of receipts. So that calculation would be based upon the figures of last year. So the minimum is $30,000 and then $300,000 is the maximum. And then there is a process to go above that if needed. Also in chapter 2, we updated the compensation and expenses section. So a lot of that relates to the section of the code that talks about the salaries, the township officers and employees, which is in Indiana Code 36-6-6-10. And some important things I wanted to know is that the board, they must set the salaries of the township officials and employees in conjunction with preparation and completion of the budget. So when you are making your budget, you need to set your salaries. And this is very important because when we go into audit, we're going to look at all the payments that went to the board, the trustee, all the employees, and we're going to compare that to the salary resolution. And we have a sample in our appendix on our website. It's called the Form 17. Any payments over that amount in the salary resolution, the Board of Accounts, we will request reimbursement or charge for. So it's very important that you don't get blindsided by having to pay back a bunch of money just because you forgot to set the salaries or something like that. So if you could change the salaries of employees, in this statute, it notes that you cannot raise the salary for the trustee or the board until the next year. So keep that in mind if salary increases or decreases are going to happen. But if you have like an employee where if they leave, they're doing multiple positions, or you want to add people, just make sure you keep that salary resolution updated, because we are going to be asking for that in every audit. So we put all that in one section to kind of make it easier to find. And then in chapter 3, this talks about our forms. Like I said earlier, all the information in chapter 4 is now included here, which talks about the township ledger. And that information, it goes over like the proper usage of the ledger, the purpose of all the ruled columns in that ledger, and then instructions on how to record entries, do things like that, and then how to actually prove the financial record, which essentially would just be summing all the columns back and forth and just making sure that they equal. So it gives instructions there. And we updated several forms. The ones I wanted to note here was the capital assets ledger, the Form 17. I think a statutory reference needed to be updated. And then we actually included the township ledger in an Excel form. I recreated that because we never really had that electronic version. I used it just for training purposes, but now I provided it in the appendix just for your convenience to look at and see how the ledger is all laid out. So we added those forms to Chapter 3. And then in the appendix, which has pictures of all of our forms, we added a lot of forms that just were not there. They were referenced in Chapter 3, but you couldn't find pictures of them in the appendix. So I went through our files, I went through all of our old paper files, and I found essentially every form that's still in use that relates to townships. And a lot of it dealt with public purchasing, public works, and those sort of things. And we put a lot of the suggested formats in there, like Jonathan went over several of those. But now you can find pictures for General Form 86, which is a contractor's bid and bond form, or the bid for public work, which is General Form 96. Purchase order, if you would need that, it's Form 88. And the payroll schedule and voucher, which is Form 99, and they have 3 different parts where you can record your employees' service record, their earnings record, and weekly earnings. And those are more important. I would recommend, if you have a question about if you need to use those, take a look at the wording underneath those forms. If they have set hours or they're working multiple positions, those forms become more important. The mileage claim form, general form was never in there, so we have that. Register of investments, so that's a form where you can include all of your investments in a list, and that's General Form 350. Capital asset ledger, kind of the same thing. You list your capital assets. Jonathan went over column by column of what each field wanted on that form, so that's General Form 269. And then we put the general receipt register form. Then we have all these suggested formats, and those aren't technically required. They're just what we recommend you use if you get into those situations. Like we have an index for specifications. If you're going out for bids, we have a checklist that Jonathan went over, a bid record for you to keep record of those, and then a register for proposals. And then also the special purchase contract file list. So whenever you do a special purchase, you should list it on that form. Like Jonathan said, it's in Indiana Code 5-22-2210, I believe. And at the Board of Accounts, we recommend whenever possible to go through the competitive bidding procedures, but it would be allowable in certain situations, as Jonathan went over. And then we have a suggested format for a non-collusion affidavit as well. Chapter 4, we condensed this a lot because the budget and appropriation process we know of and we understand mostly how it all works, but a lot of that is out of our wheelhouse. It's the Department of Local Government and Finance that deals with budgets and your tax rates and things like that. So we condensed a lot of that information and just referred back to DLGF's website, and there's a budget calendar in there that I think was out of date. So we removed that budget calendar and then referenced you to their website, which is always updated, so you can have the most recent information there. And in Chapter 5, which is the chapter on the Township Board, we updated required meetings. Because we get that question a lot. Where does it say I have to have this meeting? How many meetings a year do I have to have? Things like that. So the ones that we're aware of, we listed here, and specifically put in the manual. So the organizational meeting, the meeting to approve the annual report, the Board of Finance meeting, the adoption meeting for your budget, and then any special meetings that you would have throughout the year. So some of these are self-explanatory. The organizational meeting, I think that's the one where you choose the board chair and then the secretary. The Board of Finance meeting for townships, it would probably just be you approving the annual report and giving an update on the investments and finances of the township. In Chapter 6, we just updated the statutory language. There's some things out of date regarding township assistants that need to be updated. And like I mentioned in the township assistants presentation earlier today, we added clarification on how that payee line should be used on the township check, which is the Form 6. And we added information on the conflict of interest in there as well. And then on Chapter 7, cemeteries. So Department of Natural Resources, they know a lot about cemeteries, much more than I do, Jonathan does, people in our agency does. This manual is more from the, here's the relevant statutory references point of view, and what we would be concerned with in an audit. So I don't think we really have the expertise to answer a lot of the in-depth cemetery questions that we sometimes get asked. So what we did is we added the DNR's contact information in this chapter as well. And then we also added information about cemeteries being considered capital assets. So you probably saw that we linked that bulletin article earlier several times when we got those questions. That information is also in this chapter. Chapter 8, so that is the new chapter for the fire protection emergency services. We added some information about fire protection territories and districts. So high-level general information, if you're not familiar with these, a fire protection territory is covered in Indiana Code 36-8-19. It is not a separate government unit. So that would just be agreement between units to provide fire protection for an area, a territory. And generally it requires a township resolution to form one, a lot of public hearings, and then adequate notice of those hearings. And just through my experience, I know it requires DLGF approval, and many have been turned down for failing to follow their procedures to be approved for a fire protection territory. There's just a large amount of information required to be put in the resolution for all the notices. You got to do a financial analysis, work with DLGF on what proposed levies and tax rates you need, and just the future impacts it's going to have on your unit and the ones that are participating and the ones around in the county. So if you're thinking about participating in one of these or creating one, I would take a look at the statute and then you can contact DLGF. So in contrast, a fire protection district, it is a separate unit of government. So this would have a separate audit report. It would be audited separately by our auditors. And you can find the statutes that go over that in Indiana Code 36-8-11. And these are established by either a county legislative body or a group of freeholders filing a petition. And that process there is outlined in the statute. I will admit that between Jonathan and myself, we don't have an extensive knowledge of these districts and territories just because they are special districts. And we have separate directors who are over special districts. It's Susan Gordon and Todd Caldwell. And so they work in our directors group, and they have a separate email address that I put there. So if you have any in-depth questions, I recommend that you ask it to them because they would know more than us. But feel free to still ask us, and we can help you as much as we can. Chapter 9, I think I updated the title. It used to be, I think, just Township Parks, but now I named it the Recreation chapter. It includes community centers, so all I did was update the statutory language, and there were no other changes, no additions or removals. Same thing with township libraries. just updated the statutes and didn't really add anything of note. So this is to the end of the Township Manual, so there is only 11 chapters now, and this is where most of the edits occurred. So, like I said earlier in the presentation, we added some important bulletin articles, some information from the prior manual chapters that were removed in 2017, and then just requirements from other chapters that didn't quite fit or make sense to be in that chapter, we added to this chapter. So this is kind of the catch-all, general information. I did divide it into certain sections though, which I won't read now, but I'll be going over each of these here in the subsequent slides. Did I just see fence information? I don't think we included fence information because that's not really in our wheelhouse either. And whenever we were asked about fence information, all we could really do is find the statute and send it to you. I know it's been in there for years, but we can't put in our manuals, which should be guidelines from the Board of Accounts, every single statute that relates to townships. And I know being a finch viewer is an important duty. So if there's information that you think would be helpful for you from a fencing perspective, we can do research and provide guidance in another way, like in a comprehensive bulletin article or something like that. But we didn't feel like fences would be a good addition to the manual. From an audit perspective point of view, I guess. Okay, so chapter 11, we'll start off with advertising. We get a lot of questions on advertising and we put that at the very top. So if you open chapter 11, that's the first thing you'll see. So here, we are not experts on the open door law. I want to start off by saying that. Our understanding is that generally public meetings, there's a 48-hour notice to announce public meetings. So either a sign or an advertisement. And who is an expert on the open door law is the public access counselor. So if you have any in-depth questions other than what's in our manuals or something that we could probably answer quickly, they might be a better resource for you. But again, feel free to ask us questions and we can see what we can do, see what we can find. And here is a list that I've used for a couple of years now, just some situations where we know advertising is required and it's kind of a different requirement other than the general rule, which if it doesn't say exactly how to advertise, then you would just refer back to Indiana Code 531. So I'll go over those real quick. The elections, you need to advertise those 10 days in advance. If you're selling any bonds, 15 days in advance, and then 3 days before the sale of those bonds. If you're receiving bids, you need to advertise twice, so at least 1 week apart, and then 7 days before you receive the bids. If you're establishing a cumulative or a sinking fund, you need to advertise that twice a week, again with 1 week apart, and then 3 days before the hearing. And then the next one, I think even we've been confused in the past, or there was just some conflict between what we put in our bulletins and what we put in our manuals. So we clarified this, that it only needs to be in one newspaper. I know I've emailed people twice before. I was citing an old statute or a reference in our manual. But we clarified that, and the annual financial report needs to be advertised 4 weeks after the third Tuesday following the first Monday in January, or as February. We might need to look that up. But we noted that in the manual. And then for budgets, you would just refer to the DLGF budget tax rate calendar. And there were a lot of topics in the chapters that were removed in 2017, and some things like break-ins, burglaries, other crimes. For that there, we wrote that you should file a police report. Budget line items, you shouldn't exceed like what we check in an audit is that you exceeded your appropriations for each fund and not really go down to the line item level. But still there is a regular requirement in our manual that you shouldn't exceed that. And there are procedures for transferring appropriations. So for example, if you're within the same budget category, then the trustee can just do it themselves, just transfer from one line to another, just appropriation amounts in the budget. But if it's between budget categories, like for example, supplies and salaries are totally different areas of the budget, you would need to get board approval to do that transfer. Computer output, just your computer needs to have the ability to produce outputs that we can audit. Some of that may be in the IT manual, but I included this here as well because it was written well. Crime insurance policies, we will not take exception to crime insurance policies in lieu of a bond. You might want to refer back to the bond information in, I think, the trustee chapter, which goes in more in depth there, but we put this audit position in this manual, or this chapter of the manual. We have some information on trusts and endowments, about various accounting guides, manuals, and other publications. That one there, it would be more applicable if you have GAAP financial statements, which stands for Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. So if you don't have GAAP, or you don't present your financials on GAAP, and I'm not sure of many townships that do, maybe some of the large Marion County ones do, but you would then be required to follow what we call the regulatory manual. So that is in what we call an SBOA, or an other comprehensive basis of accounting, where the state examiner decides how local units of government in Indiana should present their financial statements. So instead of GAAP, that's what you would fall back to, and you would need to follow the regulatory manual. Some information on vending concessions and other sales controls. If you do have vending, like if you have a park or like a pool or something like that, where you actually take in cash for vending sales, but we have some compliance requirements in there. We also have a section on internal controls. I do know that we have this really big internal control manual that I hope you've all at least looked at. Paul Joyce wrote that, and it's really good. You have to adopt the minimum standards, so you need to be following that manual. But what we did is added more of a summary form in this chapter. We added easy to find links for like the certification form, where when you do the training, you just watch the internal control training on YouTube. You can find that link here in this chapter. Download that form, write down that you watched it on this day, and then that's all you have to do. And I'll note now, because we get this question a lot, once you're trained on internal controls, you're trained forever. Board members don't have to be trained. In the statute, it's essentially anyone who has access to public funds have to be trained on internal controls. So we have that information in there, the statutes that made those requirements happen, and then links to the internal control standards. We added in chapter 11 information on depositories. So again, kind of like the other things that we did, we combined prior manual wording with bulletins that we issued and updated all of that. Something I'll mention here on the slide is just make sure you're depositing in a depository that's approved by the Treasurer of State. And if you're unsure, I link their website where it lists all of them that they've approved. And then also in this section, we reference Indiana Code 513-8, which provides some guidance on the actual locations of your depository and where you can bank at. So it needs to be at least in the township. So if you don't have any banks in your township, then you can go out of your township and use one within the county. And I think the way the statute reads is that if there's only one, then your Board of Finance can designate another depository located in another county, or in the county itself, if it's not in your township. But I would think nowadays most townships have at least one bank or one right next to them in another township. The next section in Chapter 11 is about purchases, expenses, and payments, so just more about disbursements. We added some compliance requirements on expense reimbursement itemization, so you need to have your supporting documentation itemized and show enough detail so we know what you spend it for, pay your money for. We have information on repayments and refunds. If you overpay, you should request a refund. If you were overpaid by somebody, you should return that refund, or overpayment, you should return that, things like that. We added a section on pre-signing documents. Please don't pre-sign checks or do anything in that manner. Sign them as you're writing the check and the transaction is occurring. And then we also listed something about special purchases. So Jonathan and I both have talked about that when we were talking about the forms. We added the code citations so you can know what those special purchases are and those provisions when they apply. And then we also added the special purchase contract file form in the appendix, like I said earlier. We also added a section on community service contracts. This is a very common question that we get. So generally, it says in Chapter 1 that public funds cannot be donated or given to organizations or individuals unless specifically authorized by law. So I don't like the word donation, but there is a community service statute for townships where you can appropriate funds. So it needs to be in your budget. You need to have a community service line item in your budget. And then also in the statute, it says that the services that you're wanting them to provide your township, they can't already be provided by another government entity. Because you'd essentially be paying for their expenses when they should be paying for that. But what we want to see in an audit, if you want to provide a not-for-profit, some entity that would help your township, provide a community service for your township, we want to see a contract where Township A wants the service to be done and they're going to be giving this financial assistance, not a donation, and that organization would provide a service back to the township. So you might want to consult with your attorney, but generally in those kind of contracts, I just see the statute cited and then they mention those things and what they plan to receive. We added a section on transfers in Chapter 11. So we have what transfers are allowable, and generally, unless specifically stated somewhere in statute, other like the one-time transfer process or the rainy day fund. The only ones that I know of is the temporary transfer between funds. We have a memo on the front page of our website if you want to look at that process, and then the dormant fund statute. So if there is a fund that the money that's in there, if that was derived from taxes, then you can have the board declare that fund dormant and then transfer those funds. And generally to the township fund, but if in the resolution you created the rainy day fund, you could also transfer it there if you list it as a source, whatever fund you're transferring from. And so we talk about transfers, and then we have information on the rainy day fund. We know what transfers you can and cannot do to the rainy day fund. And just to go over those now, you cannot transfer from township assistance to the rainy day. You cannot transfer from a fire protection or a district, like a territory or a district, to the rainy day fund. And then the park and recreation funds, it really depends on the population level. Don't ask me why, that's kind of how the statute's written. So you may or may not be able to transfer from park and rec to the rainy day. But you can transfer to the rainy day is anything from the township, firefighting fund, the cumulative fire fund, any unrestricted donations that you have, or the cemetery fund. And there is some stipulations and statutes when you're not allowed to transfer that as well. So if you have any questions there, you can reach out to us. I have those statutes handy. So after the transfer section, we have a miscellaneous duties section. We talked about the year-end reporting. So these are the 2 reports we send subpoenas for. $100, so that's the annual personnel report. That's where you list all the salaries of all the employees, trustee, and the board members in Gateway, and that's due at the end of January. The annual financial report is the big one because the information that you put into Gateway, that is essentially your financial statements that we're going to audit. So we have macros and things like that on our end where whatever you put in AFR, we run the macro and then it generates what your financial statements would be. So then during the audit, we present that to you, you approve it, and that's what we audit. So that's really important to us to have those in timely, and we're not just doing it to be mean, sending the subpoenas for this information. The AFRs need to be in by March 1st. And I know COVID this year was hard on everyone, and we had more than normal late submissions of the annual financial report. So if you were one of those, apologize, but we really need that information to be able to schedule our audits and just know when we can do a certain unit. So that's why we're so strict on those submission deadlines there. Also, under miscellaneous duties, we have information on the nepotism policy, the contracting with the unit policy, and I don't think it requires you to have 2 separate policies. You could probably have them in one document, but the first statute, it relates more to hiring a relative, and then the second statute about contracting with the unit is more about contracting for services with a relative. So how I understand it, you can decide how to write those policies depending on how your township operates, who your employees are. There's not, I don't think, definite things you need to have in that policy, but what you do need to do each year, you need to certify formally, like at a meeting, probably your last meeting of the year, that you did not violate these policies. So you would just maybe cite both of these statutes. You and the board would write down and say, yes, we did not violate any of the policies that we have locally. So we have that information there in Chapter 11. We have information on workers' compensation insurance, and this is another area where I am not really that much of an expert on workers' comp, but that is why we have another state agency that works with that. So you can ask us some of these questions that relate to this, but there is a website for the Workers' Compensation Board, and you can contact them through that. Information on tax refunds was added. Like if you accidentally pay sales tax when you're tax exempt, what you could do is contact the Department of Revenue and then ask for a refund. So there's a form I think you fill out and submit to the Department of Revenue, and then you can get that sales tax back that you erroneously paid. And as long as you do that, we won't take exception in an audit. Let's talk about the Department of Revenue's website up there as well. Added a section on public records. Again, we link the public access counselor here, but the entity that is in charge of public records retention is IARA, which is the Indiana Archives and Records Administration. They have retention schedules and things like that on their website. So I would recommend that you go there first to see how long you need to keep your records. You definitely need to keep them until they've been audited. So for our purposes, just keep your records until you've been audited, and then go to the retention schedules online. And then we have some information on how to submit a request to destroy public records. It includes working with the County Public Records Commission as well. We have a compliance requirement about records going with the office. So if a trustee would resign or their term ends and they don't seek another term, all the records of the township go with the office. So the incoming trustee, all of those records need to be given to the new trustee. It is unacceptable that any of the township records be kept by a prior official. We have information on public nature and record of meetings. And again, I linked the website to PAC. And then here, I planned on going over the website and kind of doing a demo here, showing you different things and where the new township manual is. So I'll do that right after I talk about this last slide. Just so everyone's clear on our bulletins. So we issue quarterly bulletins, so once every 3 months, and those bulletin articles hold the same authoritative weight as the township manual. And that is just from the standpoint of us being able to write you up in an audit finding, an audit result and comment, things like that. So if it's in a bulletin article, if it's in a manual, it doesn't really matter. You're still required to follow that. So it's really important to read our bulletin article and just make sure you're aware of those issues in there. And again, once we get our searchable database up on the website, it should be much easier to search through all these things. So those hold the same weight. Are there any questions before I go to the website, Jonathan?
Well, these may be website related, so I'll ask them, and then
Okay.
one of them is there a downloadable PDF of the entire township manual instead of the individual table of contents and chapters? Is there a
We
way?
used to have a way where you could download all the bulletins and all the manual chapters, but it's called a PDX file, and it's an executable file where that's the type of file where it runs a program on your system. And our Indiana Office of Technology, and I hope some of your IT controls don't like those kind of files, because what it could do, even though I wrote it, it could be a virus if you click on a wrong executable file, and it could, have malware or things like that. So we had to stop that practice. But what you could do, since there's only 11 chapters, just click on all 11, download those PDFs, and then you can include those in a folder. And I know Adobe PDF, if you go to Edit, Advanced Options, you can search all of the PDF files as long as they're located in the same folder. So that's what I would recommend you do in the meantime.
And there's one other, is there a repository of links to sample of all the required township forms? I know there's the appendix. I don't think it clicks on each of the forms, but it has the form number, and then you can go down in the appendix and find a sample of the township form.
Right. The only place I know to go would be Chapter 3 of the Township Manual. I think it's Chapter 3, right? I forget already. And then you would go to the appendix. So whatever we have pictures of, it would be in the appendix. If we don't have a picture of it, then you might want to contact Voice Forms or another public printer. They might be able to get you a copy of the form you're looking for. And some might be 50, 60 years old. So.
It looks like those are the only two I had.
Okay. So I will stop sharing the presentation and then go over our website. So to get to our website, up here at the top, it's in.gov/SBOA. And there's these banners at the top that we got changed. If you ever get lost, you can come back and click on Board of Accounts. You can find our audit reports, which is right here. If you're one of the newer officials, I would recommend you find your audit report and see what was written up last time, because you can be sure that we'll follow up on prior audit findings. So I would make sure that any prior audit findings that were in your report, they're either fixed or they're being addressed before we go in there next time to audit. Before I go to the township page, I'll just note some things here. If you want to report some fraud, or if per your materiality policy, per the state examiner directive that was issued several years ago. You can report that information to us here on the form. If you want to view some articles about our staff or just Board of Accounts in the news, you can see that. Or you can ask us a question. So this will take you to a form where you can select what unit type you are. Like if you want to ask a county question and not contact Jonathan or myself, this will automatically send this to the county directors. Or if you pick schools and townships, it'll send it to Jonathan and myself. Additionally, on the front page, we have resources for COVID-19, and we've kind of divided them to the first half, which is like all of last year, CARES information. So we've done presentations on this if you want to look at our prior presentations, but all these memos in some way or another relate to the public health emergency or CARES. So if you haven't seen these or read these, I would recommend you kind of just take a look at them just so you're aware. And then we also put other agency information. And then we've recently added the ARP section. ARP, it's kind of the new act that is providing a lot of money to local government. So I don't know how much that'll affect townships yet, but we'll be training on this most likely at the Indiana Township Association Educational Conference. So that's the front page. And to find the township page, you would click on political subdivisions and then scroll down here to townships. So here at the top, if you have Outlook, you can click this and it'll show you the email address. If you don't have Outlook, then you can just look in the bottom left of your screen while you're hovering over it, and it'll show you our email address, our phone number. Sometimes we're doing presentations, sometimes we're in meetings, so email is the best way to get a hold of us. But feel free to call if you have an issue that you really need to talk about. This hot topic section, we just change it periodically based upon whatever the hot topic is. Right now, it's the meeting we're having today. Thank you all for coming again. After you pass that, kind of an overview of the township office. Might need to be updated. This is more from just other people who are visiting the website. I'm sure as we've gone through today and all the chapters of the manual, you're aware of what townships do. If you have to file a corrective action plan, this is where you would go. We have guidelines from House Bill 1031 that was passed in 2017. Some links to actually submit your cap. And just to remind everybody, when you get a finding one year and then in your next audit you get the same or substantially the same finding, then you would have to submit a corrective action plan and tell us how you're going to fix that finding. So we review those and then work with you on an issue on how to fix certain things. So if you need to submit a cap, that's here. We have a separate internal control standards page if you want to go to another page of our website, but we summarize it here. It talks about the statute, the different components of internal control. Right here is a link to the internal control manual. Here's a link to the yellow book, where if you want to look at GAAP accounting standards for government units, or just a way to go to sleep at night, you can click on that. And then it talks about the required certifications that I mentioned, and the statute, and that you need to be trained. Here's the certification form that's linked, and it's also linked to Chapter 11 of the manual now. And then we've also embedded the YouTube video for the internal control training. So you can either click here and watch it, or just watch on YouTube. You can also download it to computer. And then it's just some other information on internal controls if you really want to get into it. There's the COSO integrated framework, the Green Book, which is the federal government internal control manual. And there has been other videos approved for use. So if you don't want to watch our video, these are the ones that have been approved. If it's not listed here, then it has not been approved and does not count. But you can submit videos to Deborah Gibson at our office. So those are just things that you probably will not visit that often. What's the important part of our website, I would say, is the manuals, bulletins, and the presentations that we give. So like I said earlier, bulletins and manuals hold the same authoritative weight. So do standard directives. So all of that is under this Uniform Compliance Guidelines area. So we want to look at a directive. They'll be listed here. And if you want to find the manual, it'll be listed here. So there are several manuals. You'll have to scroll down to see the Township manual. So this is the regulatory manual, how your financials are to be presented, and the notes, things like that. I mentioned that earlier. The internal control manual, the IT manual, and then you get down to the Township manual. So here you'll see the table of contents, chapters 1 through 11, and then the appendix. So you can click on that, it'll open up a new window, and then you can download that to your computer. And the bulletins, kind of the same thing. We have an index. I'll open up one where the best way to use our bulletins is to scroll down to the bottom. And there's this index where you can find the topic in alphabetical order that you want, find the volume number and the page number. Not a perfect system, like I said earlier, but it will be changed when we have that searchable database. So after you look at the bulletins, you keep going, and then you'll see all the presentations that Jonathan and I give, and then maybe someone else from our office gives one to townships. Here I pasted all the presentations we're giving today, if you can't get it from WebEx. So feel free to download those and look at any of the prior presentations we gave. If you're a new trustee, there are presentations that we gave at the last newly elected meeting that may be helpful. And then you can click on our YouTube channels where we post videos like what we're going to do today for this conference, or like what Jonathan made, helpful videos like for capital assets, things like that. If you're interested on some best practices, Jonathan and another lady in our office worked on this a lot, where we have like a short version and a long version. So if you're not really sure on how to reconcile your bank account, we go through all the considerations we would provide to you on how to do that in these best practices here. So there's several best practices, payroll you may want to look at, things like that. And then the resources section is kind of just the catch-all. We want you to have that information, but we don't really know where to put it. So this is kind of the miscellaneous section. And then Indiana codes, very helpful. A lot of the times when we get calls, Jonathan and I are on the website and we're looking at this section of our website. So for example, if you forgot what Jonathan said earlier about public purchasing, what you could do is open up this section, scroll past all these definitions unless you're curious about those, and then we summarize the general rules here, just specifically related to public purchases, and then the exceptions. And then it even lists the special purchasing methods that we talked about earlier in the statute. So you can just click on these links and it'll take you right to the statute. So there's a lot of sections there. We have information on Gateway, like if you want to figure out how to delegate authority, ask our help desk, which does more of the behind the scenes, technical work, IT work that Jonathan and I can't do. You can email them, and then we have the user guide, and then if you have a system where you upload your financials, we have those code tables here as well. We have one also on the 100R and the Gateway monthly uploads, but I won't go too much into that because Jonathan has the presentation there on that. Another link to our audit report, comments about our staff. So If you have a comment about Jonathan, myself, or any of the field staff that you interact with, feel free to put that in there. And then this, it's not named perfectly. It says responsibilities under IC 511-127, essentially fraud or your material variances per the state examiner directive listed there. So if you have fraud or anything occur, then you are required to report that to us. Again, you could do it with this form, or you can call us or email us. Any will work.
We did have a couple questions come in on the presentation.
Okay.
One is the advertisement slide showed that elections need publication. Exactly what should be published for an election. Also, we have not been publishing our budgets in the newspaper since they are shown on Gateway. Is that correct?
I think the budgets did change, to be honest, and that might be an error in my presentation. I think you just post that online now, and Gateway is sufficient. So if you want to get clarification, you can email me and I can look up that statute. I apologize for that. What was the other one?
The other one, on what specifically is meant on bond approval by the county auditor. I think in statute.
Yeah, I can pull that statute up really quick. So approved by the county auditor, that is addressed in Indiana Code 5418. So what I could do is go to the General Assembly's website. Whoops. So if you want to know how to search the code, this is a good demonstration. You just go to the IGA's website, click on code, and then type in those numbers. So what did I say?
5418.
5418. Sometimes it's slow. There we go. So it says, the official bonds of officers shall be approved as follows, and I see Township Trustee listed here. So I hope that answers your question. Any other questions?
I do not think, I think that's it. So.
Okay, if you whispered them to me while I was presenting, I'll try to go through and answer those while Jonathan does the last presentation about Gateway. But if you have any other questions, just email us and let us know any suggestions about how we should change the township manual, maybe add things to it. Since it is updated, it is easier to make changes quickly now. So Jonathan, I will give you presenter and you can talk about Gateway. You have it.
So for the next few minutes, I'm going to be talking about Gateway. I'm going to go over the monthly and the annual engagement upload sections. So Gateway access. To get Gateway access, if you do not have it, you would email our Gateway team at gateway@sboa.in.gov. The trustee will always be the submitter. They cannot delegate their submitter rights. However, you can complete a delegation form to allow somebody to be an editor, and I have included a link here to fill out for the delegation form, and that would be submitted, and then that would give somebody else access to enter information into the reports, but the trustee would still be required to submit any reports required in Gateway. So Gateway, you would go to gateway.ifionline.org. On the right-hand side here, I have circled where local officials will log into Gateway to get into their specific units to be able to enter the required information for the reports. Couple things here. The Gateway site works best in Firefox and Chrome. Internet Explorer is not supported, that browser is not supported by the application. So you want to make sure you're using either Firefox or Chrome. Also, over here on the other side, if you forgot your password, I wouldn't enter it more than 5 times because your account will be logged, and then you'll have to notify IBRC. They're the group that created the application. So I would recommend clicking on forgot your password and reset your password prior to failing 5 times trying to log in. So the part that I have circled here are required reports in Gateway that are required to be submitted to the State Board of Accounts by townships. The 100R, the annual financial report, the monthly and annual engagement uploads, and if there's any conflict of interest disclosures, those are supposed to be disclosed to the State Board of Accounts. For each of these reports, we have user guides for each of these reports, and they can be located at the address that I've provided on this screen. So a little background information on the monthly uploads. The first monthly uploads that were required for townships were for the month of July of 2018. Those were supposed to be submitted by the 15th of September of 2018 for the month of July of 2018. The purpose of these monthly uploads, they're to allow us to do as much audit work remotely as possible. Working remotely should create some efficiencies, and as a result, that would reduce the, hopefully you would see an audit cost reduction. And it's our intent to use this monthly information to more effectively plan our engagements. Obviously, if these aren't being submitted in a timely fashion, that might lead us to think that the township has a higher risk, and a lot of our audit, how we audit is based on a risk assessment approach, audit risk approach. So State Examiner Directive 2018-01 required the monthly uploads. It was amended in November of 2020. I've included the amended directive link here on this slide, and it was effective starting with December 2020 monthly files. Monthly uploads due by the 15th of the second month following the month therefor. So an example, so the December 2020 monthly uploads were due by February 15th of 2021. The monthly upload requirements, a bank reconcilement. This is a document that shows how the balance of the bank statement balances to the ledger balance. This should include the bank balance plus any deposits in transit. These would be deposits that are posted to the ledger but have not hit your bank statement yet. minus any outstanding checks. These are checks that have been written and posted to the ledger, but have not cleared the bank yet. And then plus or minus any other reconciling items, and that should equal your ledger balance. A bank reconcilement should be uploaded for each bank account. So if you have multiple bank accounts, there should be a bank reconcilement for each of those. We do not have a preference whether the bank reconcilements are uploaded in one document or if multiple documents are uploaded. Bank statements are also required to be uploaded. The bank statement is just a document that you receive from the bank each month showing the beginning balance, each deposit, each check cleared, any other activity, and the ending balances. Once again, the bank statements for each bank account are also required to be uploaded. Also, each month you should be uploading the outstanding checklists. Outstanding checklists are a list of checks that have been written but have not yet cleared the bank account. There should be a total on this outstanding checklist, and it should agree with the amount that was used in the bank reconcilement. Also, there should be approved board minutes that are uploaded. If the minutes are online, you can provide the link instead of uploading the minutes. If the board does not meet each month, you can select no meeting for that month. There's a box that you can check off to the right side. Upload the board minutes for the month that the meeting took place and not in the month that the minutes were approved. So if you had a board meeting in February, it wasn't approved until March, those board minutes should be uploaded in the month of February. Also, there should be a monthly fund ledger uploaded. This would be a report that shows the beginning balance, the total receipts, the total disbursements for the month, and the ending balance of each fund as of the end of the month. If the township has a computerized system, check with your software vendor for which report has this information. If township records are maintained manually, we have provided a template. I've included links both to the township's webpage and then also to the manual records template. This is a sample of the manual template. You would just list the month and the year, and then the fund name of each fund, and then the beginning balance of each fund, the total receipts for the month of each of the funds, the total disbursements for each fund by month, and then this form actually has a formula in it that calculates your month ending balances of each fund and the total of all funds, and this should agree with your balances that are in your ledger. So I've provided the due dates for each of the monthly files, the monthly uploads. There's pretty much 45 days from the end of each month before those are due. They're due the 15th of the month of the subsequent 2 months. So just for an example, the January monthly files are due March 15th, and then the December monthly files are due February 15th. To upload documents, they must be in one of the following file types, and I've listed each of the file types that Gateway accepts for you to be able to upload documents. So To upload a document, you would select the month of the documents you're uploading from the select upload group. Then you would select the file type of the file you're uploading from the select file type drop-down box. Then you would click the choose file button and navigate to the folder on the computer that contains the file you want to upload. And then you would click on the file name so that it appears in the file name box, and then you click open. The file name will then appear next to the choose file button, and you simply just click submit this upload button, and then the form should upload. So that was the monthly upload requirements. I hope we're getting more familiar with Gateway and the upload process. There were a few changes as I had went over with the directives. So if you have any questions about any of the new requirements, feel free to email us or give us a call and we can help you with those. So now I'm going to discuss some of the annual upload requirements. There's a year-end investment statement. This is a statement or documentation that shows the balance of the investment, such as a certificate of deposit at the end of the year. If you do not receive a statement at the end of the year, you may upload documents that show when the investment or certificate of deposit was purchased and the value at the time it was purchased. If a township does not have investments at the end of the year, you can upload a Word or Excel document stating the township did not have investments as of December 31st. The next part of the annual upload requirements is a detail of receipt activity. There's a transaction level listing of receipts, including the receipt numbers, the date received, the amount of receipt, the fund that it was posted to, and who it was received from. If possible, upload it as an Excel file. That makes it just the easiest for us to search and to use from an audit standpoint. I also want to note that if a township has hand-posted records, this requirement is not required. Detailed disbursement activity. This is transaction level listing of disbursements, including the check numbers, the date dispersed, the amount of the disbursement, the fund posted to, and then the vendor or the payee's name. And once again, if possible, upload as an Excel file, and the township is not required to upload this if they have hand-posted records. Townships are also required to upload their current year salary ordinance and any amendments. Chase went over the Form 17 when he was going over his presentation, and so the Form 17 and any amendments to the salary ordinance are required to be uploaded. It's for the year you are uploading. So for example, if you're uploading the 2021 annual uploads, the salary ordinance that you should upload is the salary ordinance for 2021. So a lot of times when you're uploading these reports, say it may be 2022, but you're uploading 2021 reports. So even though it says current year salary ordinance, it's for the year that you're uploading and not the year that we're in. The annual vendor history report. This is not required for townships, as this information is required under disbursements by vendor in the annual financial report application in Gateway. So the annual vendor history report does not apply to townships. An annual funds ledger is also required to be uploaded in the annual upload requirements. Basically, this is similar to the monthly funds ledger, except it's a report that shows the beginning balance, total receipts, total disbursements and ending balance of each fund as of the end of the year, and not just for the months. So if a township has computerized records, I recommend checking with your software vendor for which report has this information and uploading that report. Once again, if the township records are maintained manually, we have provided a template. It's on our website. I've also included a link to the template on this slide. There's also an annual payroll history report. This report should include at a minimum the date, the employee's name, the gross wages, and check number for all payroll checks issued for the year. Once again, an Excel file is preferred if you can do that. Do not include social security numbers in this report. And if you have hand posted records, this report also is not required. So due dates for these annual upload requirements. The annual documents must be uploaded by March 1st. Failure to upload the documents when they are due or in a timely manner may cause delays in completing your audit engagement. So it's very important to get this information uploaded within its due dates. And this is just a reminder that if townships maintain hand-posted records, the detailed receipts activity, detailed disbursement activity, neither one of those are required to be uploaded. You would just click the circle next to hand-posted records to indicate that you do not have a file to upload for those requirements. So when you're looking to see if you have uploaded your annual requirements, this is what it'll look like in Gateway before you have uploaded these. To know that you have met those requirements, once you've uploaded the documents, the red X's to the left will turn to green check marks, and that's how you know that you've met all of your requirements of the annual uploads.
What do you mean by hand-posted reports?
Hand-posted records are if you keep a manual ledger. So if you're still keeping the 13-column hand-posted ledger, those are manual records, hand-posted records, and those certain annual uploads are not required to be uploaded for those units that keep the hand-posted records. From time to time, when we're doing an audit, we may request a direct request to upload. Any documents that you must upload in addition to the monthly and annual uploads are called direct requests. You will receive an email requesting the document to upload. A direct request email will include the subject line, State Board of Accounts Engagement Upload Request. So if you see that in any of your subject lines, it's something that we are requesting for audit. So the procedures to make these direct request uploads, you would log into Gateway, select monthly and annual engagement uploads, select your unit name, then you would need to select the year for which you're uploading this information. Then select direct request from the upload group drop-down box. Then you would select the file requested in the file type drop-down box. Click the browse button to find the file on your computer that you're wanting to upload. And then you would click the submit this upload button to upload that file. And that's the process. And you can always reach out if you're having difficulty getting the direct request to upload. You can always reach out to us and we will try to assist you in any way we can. Conflict of interest disclosures. This is another area that if you have a conflict of interest disclosure that needs to be disclosed, then you're required to disclose that to the State Board of Accounts. IC 5-44.1-1-4 says a public servant who knowingly or intentionally has a pecuniary interest in or derives a profit from a contract or purchase connected with an action by the governmental entity. If in doubt, file. That's what we always say. If there's any doubt, file the disclosure. The disclosure is required within 15 days after final action on a contract or a purchase. And also on any conflict of interest, we recommend consulting your township attorney and filing any written advice that he or she has provided. So that was the required reports for Gateway for townships. Are there any questions for it?
Will we accept pictures of the bank statements if we don't have a scanner?
At this time, we will accept pictures. I don't know if we always will, but this time it is, as long as they're in one of those files. I think JPG is one of the picture files that is accepted by the application. So you can take pictures of the bank statements and then upload those pictures.
I think I got all of the questions. Here's one. When uploading the monthly board minutes to Gateway, if our board meets in January and we upload those minutes, but they don't meet again until March. Okay, so they're asking if they have to re-upload signed minutes or not.
Yes, you would. I would recommend go ahead and uploading the unsigned board minutes, and then once they are approved, you can remove the unapproved board minutes and upload the approved board minutes.
We had a recommendation that mentioning if you click the home link, it'll take the user to the list of all the applications. So it's not just the Board of Accounts that has that. We just have that area in the top right. So DLGF and other agencies have that as well. So it's not us that own Gateway. A lot of state agencies have applications on there. So that is our last presentation. Looks like we're pretty good on time, 1 minute late. All the questions seems to be answered. If we missed some things, please give us an email. Thanks for coming. Have a good day. We'll put this on YouTube either tomorrow or next week.